Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the Large Loads meeting to discuss the straw proposal that was posted last week on August 12th. My name is Elena Coppola of Alford, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be facilitating the web conference. Our main presenter today is going to be Danielle Mills, Director in Infrastructure Policy Development. And I'll go through the others. Let's start with some engagement best practices and housekeeping reminders. The call is being recorded for informational purposes and will be available on the CAISO website in several business days. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. Today's meeting is designed to encourage open dialogue and diverse perspectives, and we value your participation. We do ask that you engage in a respectful and professional manner, as always, and keep your comments brief just to avoid repeating any points that have already been made so we can manage our time efficiently and let everyone have an opportunity to participate. You can access the closed captioning and transparency viewer on the bottom of the WebEx screen. To raise your hand, if you connected through the WebEx, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you connected through an audio line outside of WebEx, you can press *3 to get into the question queue. And whichever way you raise your hand, when you are unmuted, if you can state your name and affiliation before making your comment, that will help us all know who is speaking. If you'd like to send a question or comment through the chat, you can send that to all panelists. Open up the direct tab and select all panelists from the drop-down menu. If you need any technical assistance today, you can send a chat to the event producer at Inteller Events. Today's event producer is Stacy. So this is our slide on the policy initiative process. We are here at the beginning of the policy development process, having just published the straw proposal. So our agenda for today, from here I'm going to be handing it over to Danielle Mills, who will cover the background, then go into the large load application and study process, as well as operational requirements, then the framework to prevent cost shifting, followed by requirements for co-located arrangements. Then we plan to take a hour lunch break and then come back to new interconnection services for flexible large loads, then serving up electrically proximate large loads. And then Ibrahim Rahimi will go over the technical requirements, and Amber Motley will cover the details of the operational requirements. And then we will wrap up with next steps from there. And we will break. We'll break for questions. Raise your hand when you have a question, and when there's a good stopping point, and we'll call on you and we'll unmute you on our side, wait a couple seconds, and then you can unmute on your side as well. So here I'm going to hand it over to Danielle to cover the background.
Well, thanks everyone. Thanks Elena for getting us started, and appreciate everyone joining today on a topic that has gotten a lot of attention lately, both at the ISO and just more broadly. Just to provide a little bit of background on how the ISO has approached large loads and how we've been working on the issue over the last couple of years. We started really digging into this issue in 2025 and have been working closely with the participating transmission owners in the formation of a large loads technical requirements working group to explore some operational requirements with them on a somewhat informal but regularly occurring set of meetings. We've also been communicating really closely with the transmission owners just on roles and responsibilities for the past several years to make sure that there's clarity as interest in new large loads, particularly around data centers, has increased in California. Around these issues, we posted an issue paper in January of 2026. This issue paper mostly seeks to clarify roles and responsibilities. California and the CAISO are relatively unique compared to other ISOs and RTOs across the country in terms of how we manage large loads and who conducts the large load interconnection process, which is typically handled by the PTOs here in California. So we did a lot of work to kind of spell out what the requirements are for large loads interested in interconnecting to the system. Then in June of 2026, right before the FERC order to show cause came out, the ISO and the large loads technical requirements working group posted a straw proposal on those technical requirements That was sort of a joint product from the ISO and the participating transmission owners who have been working on these issues for quite some time. And then, of course, on June 18th, we saw FERC issue show cause orders to all of the ISOs and RTOs in the country, which shifted our focus on this initiative to our 205 filing. So I'll provide a little bit more detail and background about how we're moving forward on the next slide. So the show cause orders, FERC issued them to, under Section 206 of the Federal Power Act, to each of the 6 regional grid operators under FERC's jurisdiction, as well, and ours included as well our PTOs, our participating transmission owners within the ISO transmission control area. The order was not directed to any non-ISO or RTO transmission providers, but it did go to all of our participating transmission owners. The order directs the ISO to justify or reform the rules that govern how data centers, manufacturing facilities, and any other large energy users connect to the transmission grid in a number of areas. It also required, within 30 days of the issuance, the ISO to submit a detailed informational report describing how we intend to continue to provide sufficient resources to serve these large loads, and how those will continue to be available. And so we submitted that informational report on July 20th, 2026. Encourage all of you to take a look at that if you haven't already. And then also we submitted a motion to hold the instant proceeding in abeyance for 90 days from the deadline to respond. This gives us an additional time period for us to develop a 205 filing on this issue. And that motion was granted last Friday, August 14th, 2026. So the timeline that we're targeting now for a filing at FERC on these issues is November 16th of 2026. Next slide, please. And thanks, Yelena, for adding the link to our informational report. Each of these tailored show cause orders identifies 5 different categories for reform. These are pretty consistent across the PTOs. The first is transmission service to eligible customers. This covers a definition for large loads, description on the application and study process, and operational requirements. FERC also ordered us to look at the framework to prevent any cost shifting from transmission customers for large loads. It also required us to consider any potential co-located and behind-the-meter generation arrangements, as well as new transmission service for flexible loads, which we're considering new interconnection services for flexible large loads. And then finally, they asked us to consider serving electrically proximate large loads as well. So loads where the generation and the load are not necessarily connected at the same substation. Next slide, please. For our straw proposal in particular, we have been coordinating very closely with the state energy agencies, the utilities, and stakeholders in development of this whole initiative, even before the FERC orders to show cause. As I said, we began a lot of this outreach and engagement and coordination in 2025. That coordination has intensified, I would say, with both the state energy agencies and the participating transmission owners who are also implicated in this order. And you'll see throughout this straw proposal that there are several areas where we're sort of deferring to the transmission owners or set expectations for how the participating transmission owners will also comply with this order, and pushing for a really consistent and cohesive approach to our 205 filings. Our straw proposal that we'll focus on today addresses the following topics that fall under the ISO's responsibility, and those are largely transmission planning, generator interconnection, and overall reliability of the CAISO system. So as I said, we will continue to coordinate really closely with the PTOs, and we do expect not only our proposals to evolve as the PTOs develop their policies and procedures under their tariffs, but we also expect to provide more visibility and transparency to all stakeholders as our conversations with participating transmission owners continue over the next month and a half or so as we finalize this proposal and prepare a filing at FERC. And if anyone has any questions kind of on the background too, feel free to put a hand up now before we jump into some of the substance. But next slide, please. So some specific implications for the California ISO. FERC focuses on eligible customers that are taking transmission service from the ISO or the PTO and avoids retail sales. So we still view retail sales as being under the purview of the local regulatory authorities, in most cases, the Public Utilities Commission, and are really trying to focus on the transmission level load interconnections. Next, FERC is not requiring any change in rules for load interconnections. As I mentioned, the participating transmission owners may still manage the load interconnection process. We are not proposing any change to that role or responsibility, and really just seeking additional coordination and enhanced coordination with the transmission owners as we continue to have them run the load interconnection process. FERC also recognizes that the ISO is in a different place from several other ISOs and RTOs in the country. We are not facing capacity issues. We do have sufficient resources to meet load growth. We have a very different transmission service construct, and we have a very different forward capacity construct. So a lot of those nuances are really important for stakeholders to consider and for the ISO to consider as we move through this process. We will be proposing some tariff changes that continue to reflect some of these distinctions between the ISO, the California ISO, and other ISOs and RTOs across the country. And we want to be respectful of these relationships as well, recognizing that we have made good progress on making sure that we have sufficient resources to meet this load growth and planning for this load growth. And then finally, this order is directed to the ISO and the transmission owners under our transmission control agreement. So compliance with this, we want to make sure enables any broader changes in the future. So this is really kind of a first set of steps to add some clarity and certainty to our process for large load interconnections across California. But there is a possibility that we can build on some of these changes going forward as the industry evolves. Next slide, please. Okay, so with that, I will jump into the substance of both the FERC order as well as our proposal. So just want to pause again and see if there are any questions kind of on the overall process and position that the ISO finds itself in.
Hey, Danielle, there's no hands in the queue and there's no questions in the chat.
All right, sounds good. So the first category of issues under the FERC order to show cause was large load application and study process, as well as operational requirements. This section includes a lot of sections in our proposal that we reference elsewhere in the paper. So we'll kind of cover it at a high level here, but there are some issues that we're going to be coming back to. First, in our paper and in the order to show cause, FERC develops a definition of large loads and encourages the ISO to develop its own definition of large loads. It also suggests that we clarify treatment of direct assignment facilities and network upgrades, establish load interconnection study timelines and procedures, standardize large load application and study processes, deter any speculative or duplicative load requests, develop pro forma agreement provisions for key technical and operational terms, and account for flexible large loads that can limit their withdrawals to reduce or avoid network upgrades. So on the next slide, I'll walk you through how we propose addressing some of these potential deficiencies that FERC identified in our tariff. So for a definition of large loads, we in the straw proposal do propose a definition, but we do want to make sure that our sort of ultimate principle here is that we continue to coordinate with NERC and that the definition of large loads, accurately reflects the evolving NERC standards. So there is an active conversation that the ISO is a part of with the North American Electric Reliability Corporation around how to define large loads, and that definition is sort of the teeing off point for establishing any new technical requirements for large loads. So we want to make sure that we maintain consistency there. But our proposal is to focus on an end user located at a single site that's interconnecting to the ISO controlled grid with a peak load of 50 megawatts or greater. We do not propose a voltage level, but we do specify transmission connected large loads by having it reference the ISO controlled grid. So that's our proposed definition. As I said, it may change as we see how the NERC conversation evolves. We don't suggest a voltage level here as FERC does rather, but we are open to adjusting this definition, as I said, to evolve with the NERC conversation. I see two hands, so maybe we'll stop there and discuss that.
Yeah. First hand is from Susan Schneider.
Schneider. Oh, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Danielle. Yeah, I was wondering if the definition of large load, is that what's included in the straw proposal, or is that something you're still working on, or what going to modify? What can you, is there a written source for that? And if not, can you repeat it again, please?
Yeah, it is in the straw proposal.
Okay, so it's the same one that's in there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's on
That's
page
all I
9.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure it was the same one. We went by a little quickly. Thanks so much.
And
Thanks,
I'll
Susan.
just repeat it. It's an end user located at a single site interconnecting to the CAISO controlled grid and that has a peak load of 50 megawatts or greater.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danielle. Okay, our next hand is from TJ Vargas.
Hi, this is TJ from DWR. Does this new definition of large loads apply only to new loads, or does it also apply to existing large loads?
Yeah, this is Bill Weaver. I think what you're really asking, it's a lexical definition, right? So it just means what it says. But I think what you're really asking is, do the reforms broadly, encapsulated in the straw proposal, do they apply to existing large loads, or will all of these apply to simply the new large loads after the tariff revisions are in effect? Is that really what you're asking?
Yeah, thank you. So we're thinking about how does the new definition affect, existing large loads and, kind of corresponding or coordinating with that.
I think generally large loads that are on the grid today are essentially grandfathered in based on whatever construct they have. I mean, simply the way the filed rate doctrine works is that we can only apply these new provisions going forward and not retroactively. Now there can be exceptions, on the generator side, for example, when a existing grandfather generator repowers or replaces all of its inverters or does some other substantial changes that effectively come close to what looks like a new interconnection, then they can be under some new requirements, but generally speaking, no, this will only apply going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more hands in queue. Next hand is from Alva.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great. This is Alva Spirota from PG&E. Just to confirm, the reason for not specifying a voltage level is likely due to the heterogeneity of definition of distribution in the CAISO control area? Is that, or is there more to it than that, guys? Because I assume you could define a lower bound on that if you wanted.
I think that's right. You could say distribution or transmission, I think, but the point is that by specifying the CAISO controlled grid, we automatically pick up everything that is transmission and not distribution. And by also having a voltage level in there, you know, there could be false positives and false negatives, but really it's the transmission designation that's critical.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Alva. Our next hand is from Nathalie.
The last question, I was wondering if this new definition and proposal could be applied to a customer who has an LGIA in place, but the project hasn't been built yet. So just the LGIA is in place, and we will be interested to to modify this LGIA with a large load on site.
And can you also introduce yourself?
Yes, absolutely. I'm Nathalie Johnson-Byrack, Managing Director at Electricity. We're a floating solar developer.
Thanks so much.
I mean, it's a complex question, and we'd have to know a lot more about the facts, especially on the load side of the interconnection. Generally, someone with a GIA is pretty much considered done or so far along in flight that they're not subject to, for example, new generator interconnection requirements. I can't recall any time where we have created new interconnection requirements that are even post-GIA requirements, and then applied them to customers that already have GIAs, unless they come in and substantially modify their project. But that said, you know, you're asking about a large load. I mean, if the GIA is already there for the generator, but the large load, you know, only exists theoretically, then the new large load would be subject to all the new requirements because it isn't as far along in the process. But we could talk more offline about a specific project if you have it in mind.
Yes, with pleasure. If I can have your contact details, it would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we have no other hands in queue.
Okay, great. So on the next point, just around the interconnection processes generally, the ISO is proposing a lot of additional coordination with the PTOs. Again, not to change our actual roles and responsibilities here, but to make sure that there's good coordination and information visibility throughout the large load application and study process. As part of this, the ISO is proposing to establish some data requirements and study procedures for large load interconnections, including those identified in our large loads technical straw proposal, but also some additional data requirements that are described in section A4. So I encourage you all to look at that section. And then additionally, we want to make sure that there will be some operational requirements that we'll also discuss in greater detail as we move through the presentation today, and toward the end of the presentation, we have time blocked for that. So we'll discuss some of those operational requirements in more detail. Similarly, the proposal is to create a framework for flexible load agreements that limit energy withdrawals. We talk more about that, and we'll have some slides on that when we get to section D. In the paper. And then in terms of annual reporting on approved alternative transmission technologies or grid enhancing technologies, the ISO does propose to continue our reporting process on selection of any approved alternative transmission technologies. We do report on this as part of our annual transmission planning process. And we do also, and will propose to look into any enhancements to our modeling to make sure that we're picking up any additional advanced transmission technologies as we're considering this level of load growth, and particularly to accommodate large loads in our transmission planning process. Further, we clarify how the concurrence process will address local network upgrade needs. The concurrence process is something that we described in our issue paper earlier this year, and we propose to add some detail to our tariff describing what the concurrence process looks like and how it will address these network needs from any large load interconnections. And then, as I mentioned before, we will develop some operational requirements, not only in coordination with the transmission owners and the Large Loads Technical Requirements Working Group, but also to have these align with the NERC discussion around technical standards. I will stop here and see if there's anything that either Amber or Ebrahim want to specifically point out. We will have, as I mentioned, a much longer discussion of any technical requirements and data and operational requirements later today, but just want to see if there's anything they want to quickly highlight.
No, Daniel, this is Ebrahim. You covered it. As you mentioned, we'll have more discussion in details later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have 2 hands in queue. Our first hand is from Pushkar.
Hi, good morning. This is Pushkar Bagle from Financia on behalf of BAMX and City and County of San Francisco. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Daniel and Bill. Good to see you guys after a long time. So I do have a couple of questions. One is on the concurrence discussion in the straw proposal has no mandatory affected system coordination with non-PTOs. And we have seen in the past that PTO studies do not necessarily adequately identify those affected system issues. I was wondering whether you have given some thought on how you will and how you may require affected system screening with non-PTOs before the concurrence.
Thanks, Pushkar. I'm going to see if Jeff or Benet are on the line and want to address that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Danielle. It's Jeff here. That's something we haven't consider, but would consider that 6 to say the generation and the
Jeff, your audio is pretty choppy. Are you able to get to maybe a different spot?
Yeah, I'll change it. I'll change it here.
Yeah, and I can also add too that this is something that we would expect to coordinate on with the transmission owners quite a bit.
Yeah, that's Danielle. That's the comment that I was going to make is that it was with the interconnection and that component would be something that would be a significant part of that.
Okay. That's great to hear, Jeff, and thanks, Daniel. Another question that I had was this on the 50 megawatt single site definition. It doesn't look like it has any aggregation rule, and you've made that clear in the straw proposal that you haven't seen any developers deaggregate to avoid that megawatt thresholds. So sort of no anti-gaming rule probably was needed. But I was just wondering, in terms of, you have 120 megawatt campus split into 20 megawatt sites, or, 45 megawatts added twice a year apart, would avoid that requirements. And sort of, I'm wondering whether that undercuts the technical requirements that Ebrahim will be going later on, which are basically justified by the risk of the concentrated large loads. So I was wondering, has CAISO actually evaluated an aggregation rule for the commonly old or the electrically proximate loads, or some sort of look back mechanism for staged addition, than rather just concluding that you don't need that aggregation rule. And maybe we could have that discussion later on in the technical requirements, but I would just, since this is the definition part, I was wondering whether any thought was given to that.
Yeah, this is Bill. Thanks, Pushkar. I think part of what we're saying in the paper is that, the CAISO doesn't need any additional rules beyond like the very deep body of precedent that FERC and California State have in, defining a site. It's hard to do like, it's hard to make a rule, but it's easy kind of do a standard. I mean, FERC generally considers everything within a mile, for example, to be on the same site, right? The state likewise looks at whether a site is crossing public easements. There's a lot of like little standards that get caught up when you have these more complex case by case situations. Because to your point, we definitely don't want, what looks like a very simple, like easy rule to be manipulated such that it affects reliability. But we haven't seen that happen too much because when there are these close cases, everyone's able to be reasonable and say, yeah, this is all one site. This should be considered as X, or it shouldn't. It works both ways.
Understood. Because go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I was just going to add too that when it comes to some of the operational requirements, this is a consideration that our team is looking at too. So there may be some evolution of this as the proposal continues.
Got it. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you, Pushkar. Our next hand is from Katie.
Yes, hi, this is Katie Morsoni from Cal CCA, and I have what maybe is an overly basic question, but I was hoping you could provide a bit more clarification on the concurrence process and when you think that process would typically be used. And, I'm coming at this from being involved in the Rule 30 proceeding, so like the terminology I would use is like a type 4 transmission network upgrade. Is that typically when the concurrence process is being used?
Danielle, do you want me to answer that again? It's Jeff here.
Sure.
With California. So we currently use and if you look in the last transmission plan, there was a number of projects PG&E had identified and had submitted to us through that process. And the concurrence review that we did was very similar to what's identified in the straw proposal. And in terms of reviewing from a reliability purpose, is there any concerns, as well as any that it ties or kind of meets or fits into our long-term plans? And so that concurrence was done, and looking at it, it's looking at the interconnection itself in terms of from a reliability point of view, and what is proposed for the upgrades associated specifically with that load interconnection. And then we've documented those in the next or the appropriate transmission plan from when that request came in. So it's looking at the interconnection itself as well as what is proposed for network upgrades.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have no other hands in queue.
Okay, great. Thanks. We can go to the next slide then, please. So I just wanted to highlight here some changes that we are not proposing to make in our tariff. We do want to encourage consistency among the participating transmission owners in a few key areas. But in particular, we do expect that the PTO tariff revisions will address this issue of deterring speculative or duplicative large load requests. PTOs already have mechanisms to sort of evaluate the viability and the seriousness of various large load interconnection requests, as well as the CEC process, which we use to inform, the CEC's long-term forecasting process, which we use to inform our transmission plan around large load growth. We also expect the participating transmission owners to develop the pro forma provisions in the transmission service agreements. So those are areas where we hope to continue to work in coordination with the transmission owners, but don't view these items as being within the ISO's set of responsibilities. Next slide, please. Okay, next is some requirements or questions that the commission asks in the order to show cause about some key objectives to prevent cost shifting among transmission customers. So the commission asks the ISO to consider whether we need to do anything additional to require transparency regarding the assignment of network upgrades and the costs associated with those network upgrades. It also asks the ISO and PTOs to develop pro forma cost recovery agreements between the ISO, PTO, and the eligible customers, and to ensure that any co-located loads pay for ancillary services from which they benefit. Next slide, please. So as you'll see in the straw proposal, the ISO is not proposing any top-down cost allocation solutions. We do propose cost allocation rules to be set forth by the participating transmission owners. This is in part because, as I mentioned earlier, and hopefully several times during this conversation, the participating transmission owners manage the large load interconnection process. They have the direct relationship with the retail ratepayers and the regulators of rates, in most cases the CPUC, as well as the expertise and knowledge here and their construction of the network upgrades as well. However, with that, the ISO is proposing to update our metering and settlement provisions for co-located large loads and generation. We also currently post and will continue to post and clarify in our tariff that we post our per unit cost guide for all network upgrade cost components, and we'll enhance these postings if necessary. And then we'll publicly post any aggregate large load additions in the ISO operating area and by transmission pricing zone. We'll post planned network upgrades needed to serve large loads, as well as cost estimates for each planned network upgrade. And then further, we'll identify in RQ reports any interconnection customers that are proposing to include a large load with the generation and its capacity. So I'll stop here and see if I see some questions already. So we can take those.
Yeah, our first hand is from Pushkar Wagle.
Pushkar Wagle from PNRC on behalf of BAMX and City and County of San Francisco. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So on page 13, I think you state that you will encourage a PTO consistency. And, I think the FERC in their show cause order, section 2A25, basically indicates that the PTO tariffs often, don't explain those study details. And I know that there are some limitations in terms of how much you can require as opposed to just encourage. I'm wondering, would there be a standardized, transparent study framework with common base cases and criteria across both wholesale and PTO retail load studies load cluster studies that you're encouraging, if not requiring, as part of this process?
Okay, so Pushkar, I think your question goes back to the study process. I think it is probably a better question for the PTOs, but as you mentioned, we are encouraging consistency here, particularly on timelines, because all of this needs to continue to feed into our planning process that's very tightly coordinated with the state and local regulatory authorities' planning processes. But also in terms of, we need consistency in terms of kind of data outputs and results so that we can be sure that we're looking at everything holistically. So beyond that, I'm not sure if I can provide the specificity that you're asking for, but Bill.
Yeah, I was going to say, like on a lot of these issues, the CAISO isn't stepping in and dictating XYZ simply because FERC has already done so. And so, we have confidence that the PTOs, will comply with the orders. And obviously we coordinate with them, multiple times a week on our mutual efforts to comply with these orders and get everything situated for developers in the state. So this is not to say that the work will be over in November, but we expect, a substantial step in the right direction.
Understood. I'm just pointing out to sort of a need to have some sort of a, common standardized study framework, which sort of currently is absent, and there's some need for that. And I understand the limitations in terms of how much you can enforce this or require it. I think the encourage is probably the right word. Now, in terms of on slide 15, you don't state that in the slide 15, but the straw proposal states that the PTO mechanism to require upfront payment would essentially protect against, commission's cost shifting concerns. But that isn't accurate, isn't it? Aren't those upfront developer payments for network upgrades reimbursed over a certain period of time through the PTO's TRR, which then ultimately flows into the regional TAC, right? So the upgrades, including the amounts the developers pay upfront, are ultimately TAC funded. So it's an interim financing, not the permanent cost assignment. So I'm just wondering, you're not including here in the slide deck, but clearly straw proposal have that language where you're essentially saying that the cost transfer is not a concern because the upfront payment is done by the developer.
Yeah, we are. This is another area where we're expecting and confident that the PTOs will coordinate on establishing an upfront contribution design that is fair and equitable and prevents cost shifting. But yeah, as you said, the inputs to the TRR are recovered through the regional transmission access charge, which are influenced by those contributions. And so those will offset the underlying transmission rate base.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All I'm finding, I'm saying is that that's sort of a, if I want to give an analogy, that's sort of a loan, but it's ultimately paid by the ratepayers. Doesn't matter if they're upfront funded by the developer. So I think there needs to be some recognition of that. Anyway,
Okay.
that's all I had in terms of up to slide 15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pushkar. We have 3 more hands in queue. The next hand is from Susan.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I had a question about the public postings. First of all, when you say transmission pricing zone, are those the easy gen hub zones, or what do you mean by transmission pricing zones there?
I think we're mirroring language that is in the order to show cause. So it will be, I don't want to get into too much, but it is something where the Eastern ISO RTOs have transmission pricing zones, and it could likely be that, in a CAISO construct, the PTO simply say, well, that there's really one zone, but they might want to figure out, an alternative, something that makes a difference to provide useful data, but it is more of an Eastern construct.
Okay, so we don't really know what that means with respect to the CAISO area at this point.
Not yet, that will evolve.
Okay, and then the large load additions, are you looking at posting them sort of at what stage would you post them? When there's an application, when there's they've signed an agreement, or when would you make those postings?
I don't think that's defined yet either. We'll have to kind of look at this whole process when we get closer to finalizing it and add some detail around timelines and make sure it all fits into our planning process, which, as some of you know, is kind of a constantly shifting process in itself.
Okay, and then my last question here was, it looks like you're going to be posting aggregate data. But in response, for example, generator interconnections, there's very detailed data for each of the projects where they have to, you list the queue position and the size of the load and even the name of the project and all that. And are there any is there any further transparency that might be proposed here rather than just, perhaps, one giant, a number for PG&E?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's something that we can explore. So I'd suggest putting that in comments if you have a suggestion on it.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Susan.
Thanks, Susan. Our next hand is from Simon.
Simon, we can't hear you.
Sonia.
Or sorry, Sonia, if Sonia is speaking.
Oh, no,
we
it's
can't hear
Simon. It's Simon Hurd. And Simon, are you able to
Okay,
unmute
there
on
you
your
go.
side as well?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, we
it
can hear
was
you now.
still-
Go ahead.
The mute. Yeah, the mute was still locked. So thank you. Yeah, thanks for having this this session. I was just curious, related to kind of FERC's indication of kind of cost causation, prevention of cost shifting, and there's a lot of deference here to the PTOs. Is there an opportunity for us to kind of hear from the PTOs at some point? It does seem like there's joint responsibility that's indicated by FERC in this order to show cause. And I'm just curious, at what point do we get a sense of, or if we will get a sense before a November filing, of how the PTOs are handling addressing some of this cost causation? There is acknowledgement of the rate design in the CPUC, but I think there's an issue here of going all the way back up to the revenue requirement, way upstream, as far as who should be covering these costs. And to Pushkar's point, there's a difference between allocating costs to someone who's causing costs, who's benefiting from the costs and the assets. There's a difference between allocating costs and a financing approach where ratepayers end up paying for it. So I'm just eager to learn if perhaps in the next stakeholder call, we'll have that opportunity to hear a more comprehensive addressing of this issue by all the parties who I think are jointly responsible here. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. That's a good question. So I probably should have said this up front. Obviously we are coordinating very closely with the PTOs on this. And also, kind of a lot of this is shifting as we're presenting it and discussing it. And so those conversations are very dynamic and fluid as well. But we have asked the PTOs if they can provide comments a week early, just to indicate some direction and visibility for other stakeholders. I want to be clear that if the PTOs are able to post their comments early on this initiative, that is not opening those comments up to stakeholder comments. The ISO is only taking stakeholder comment on the ISO straw proposal, but we do understand that there's a need for full visibility of what the ISO and PTOs are doing holistically, particularly on issues that are largely within the PTO's realm. And so that's one opportunity. And then hopefully as the draft final proposal comes together, there's that coordination has sort of materialized into a work product that we can share so that you all have more visibility into how this is all going to come together. So hopefully at that point, we'll be able to post a little bit more about what the PTO side of some of these proposals will look like.
Sounds
and then,
good.
we can explore
Thank
other
you.
opportunities as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Simon. Our next hand is from Sonia.
Hi, thank you. I'm Sonia from Cal Advocates, and I was wondering, you're saying on the screen it says like planned network upgrades to serve large loads and the cost estimates. There might be a situation when a network upgrade is driven by a large load and electrification, for example. Are you thinking of providing that type of detail of how much of a network upgrade could or should be attributable to a large load versus other sources?
This is another good question. I don't know if we're there yet, but we can look into whether that's feasible.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sonia. We have no other hands in queue.
Okay. We can go to the next slide then. I'll also just note, I think we're moving pretty quickly through this material. So at this rate, it looks like everything will be shifted forward. So if people are thinking about rejoining or, waiting for the discussion around some of the technical requirements, I would just suggest joining sooner than when we have it on the agenda at this point, because it may be a much shorter meeting than we initially scheduled for. But I don't know. We'll see. So requirements for co-located arrangements. This is section C of the FERC order to show cause, where the commission suggested some additional clarity and consistency in the ISO's tariff around the rates, terms, and conditions of service that apply to interconnection customers serving co-located loads. So the order directed the CAISO and the PTOs to consider tariff changes to clarify how these will be studied in the ISO tariff, how these co-located loads with generation will be studied in the ISO tariff and coordinated with PTOs, to consider any implications for existing generation leaving the grid with requests to connect to load on site, and then consider mechanisms to charge loads for ancillary services. So next slide, I will walk through the proposal. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So the ISO will clarify the interconnection and operational requirements for co-located large loads and generations in quite a few ways that are not listed on this slide, so let me walk through them. First, we clarify any types of co-located loads and generation that will not need to apply to the ISO resource interconnection queue. And I'm just going to back up here for a second. So I just want to be sure everyone is clear. As I've said multiple times, the participating transmission owners manage the load interconnection side. The ISO manages the resource and generator storage interconnection side. So what we need here for co-located arrangements is good alignment and visibility between the ISO's generation interconnection process and the PTO's load interconnection process. That's sort of the ultimate goal as it relates to section C. So with that in mind, we are clarifying that certain types of co-located loads and generation will not have to apply to the ISO resource interconnection queue. That includes any Rule 21 projects, any large loads with backup generation for outages and islanding only, any large loads with exporting behind the meter generation. While we are not proposing to require those generating resources to apply to our interconnection queue, we do note that those types of technologies may still need control technologies to make sure that they don't have any impact on the grid or system reliability. So that's just an important flag there. Additionally, we may require some operational information for co-located large loads. Want to highlight that. Co-located large loads with battery energy storage would need to operate separately and be studied separately, as battery storage resources are with separate wholesale meters and separate settlement charges. Co-located and exporting generation studies must remain co-located throughout the study process. So if we have a co-located large load that comes into the ISO's generator interconnection process, we have to, those two sides of it, the load and the generation, have to remain connected throughout the cluster study process. We don't want to create a situation where, there's incentives or different rules or just impacts to the queue study process associated with a generator dropping its load or adding load either. So if you come in as a co-located resource, you have to stay as a co-located resource in the ISO generator interconnection queue. Otherwise, if a load comes in or a generator comes in with load and wants to shed its load or drop its load during the study process, it would have to go through a restudy process. Additionally, just to clarify any existing generation that's leaving the system, to serve on-site retail load, that would be subject to the retirement process. The ISO just completed another stakeholder initiative around interconnection service capacity and deliverability retention, where this was clarified that any load that's leaving the ISO to go serve on-site, any generation that's leaving the ISO to go serve on-site load would qualify as a retiring project and have to meet the requirements of a retiring project, and would also trigger reliability must run review. So want to make sure everyone is clear about that. And then we also clarify that both loads and generation are eligible for RA or demand response programs. We are not making any changes to the eligibility requirements for any of those programs. In addition, I think I covered everything on the slide. We are requiring sub-metering of co-located large loads to appropriately meter and assess any ancillary service rates. And we are not proposing allowing interconnection customers to serve electrically proximate large loads. That will be addressed in section E of this slide deck and presentation. We're also not proposing to revise any existing rules for behind the meter generation, gross load, or the transmission access charge associated with co-located loads. So I see a number of hands. I'll stop there and take any questions.
Thanks, Danielle. Our first hand is from Susan.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I have a few questions here. First, I'm a little confused because you were talking about the things that, or certain arrangements that would not apply, or where the generation or this combinations would not have to apply to the ISO interconnection queue, but then you referred to cluster studies. So I'm just wondering if you could just clarify whether they would or would not have to participate in ISO cluster studies.
I don't believe they would, but I'm not sure if I fully understand the question.
Well, okay, because I think you did refer to some of these arrangements where there's co-location where they would not have to apply to the CAISO interconnection queue. So first of all, let me ask that question separately then. Is that correct? Is that a correct understanding?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And I thought you also then referred to, though, later for certain cluster that they might be participating in cluster studies, but if they don't apply to the interconnection queue, they wouldn't participate in cluster studies, would they?
No. So my the point that I made about a co-located load coming in and moving through the cluster study was specific to the types of co-located arrangements that do have to apply to the ISO generator interconnection queue. So those projects, if you come in as a co-located resource, you have to remain a co-located resource through the cluster study process, just to make sure that our process isn't undermined as a result of any significant changes like that. But so that only applies to the projects that do have that requirement to come into the process.
And what's the difference between the ones that do and the ones that don't? What would determine which ones have to participate in the clusters in the interconnection process and which ones would not?
So anything that has exporting generation.
Okay, they would have to. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then the other things you referred to were if it was Rule 21, if they had backup generation or that they used, or islanding type generation, let's see, I can't even read my own notes here, but okay, but you may still need technical data from them, but they wouldn't participate in the cluster study process.
Yeah, and I should clarify anything with exporting front of the meter generation.
Okay, and for the ones that have to participate in the cluster study process, would they, I'm just trying to think of the new cluster process that started in cluster 15, would they come in as energy only, or would they come in under the FCDS rules? What are you thinking about that? Or is there a limit to how many, or all the things that apply to generators in that situation? Would they have to comply with that?
Yeah, the generating side of this co-located load and generation would have to decide how they want to structure that interconnection application.
So is it possible if they're behind the meter, they would be able to qualify for, say, a FCDS interconnection?
I mean, they wouldn't be allowed to be behind the meter at that point, right? I mean, that Rule 21 wouldn't allow that to be behind the meter.
Okay,
Rule
but well,
21
you're talking
allows-
about I'm sorry, Bill, I didn't mean to
Go ahead.
interrupt.
No, no,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
you're talking about co-located arrangements. I guess are these WDAT then, or what? I'm just trying to kind of fit it into the framework for generator interconnections and how that would all work.
None of them are WDAT in this initiative because we're only talking about direct transmission interconnections for the load and the generator. But, you know, I think we go into some detail in the paper. In general, it's really no change from the status quo, right? A generator that would trigger an interconnection request to the CAISO today will trigger it under this, even if there's co-located load. A generator that wouldn't trigger it today wouldn't trigger it even if there's co-located load. It is important to note that Rule 21, as it's written today, does anything that's transmission interconnected and over a megawatt is automatically kicked to the CAISO interconnection process, even if it otherwise would be, you know, a rooftop solar net energy metered resource.
Doesn't that come in under WDAT though, or it comes in under the actual CAISO tariff?
It has to be on the distribution grid to come in under WDAT. These are all transmission interconnections.
Right. Okay. So a load that comes in under a transmission interconnection comes in under the CAISO tariff even today.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean,
Okay,
no.
Again, I'm just trying to understand the statements. I did read the report. It was a little unclear to me, so.
Okay.
We can clarify some of that.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, I thought it was retail load, even though, you know, WDAT technically applies to just retail distribution load. If it's a load and it's connecting at a higher voltage, I thought it would still be subject to those. I mean, there are rate schedules for at least, you know,
That's right.
higher.
No, still a retail load, still a PTO retail load interconnection process and study. That's also why kind of the in front of the meter, behind the meter designations don't really matter as much for any exporting gen because, you know, neither the CPUC nor FERC is going to allow a retail load to be commingled with what would otherwise be wholesale generation. There would need to be separate.
Okay, that could use a little more explanation also. Okay, and I'm gonna.
I would say there's a lot of configurations here. The purpose of the paper is to say we plan to provide clarity here, but like you know, we would burn a lot of time on this call going through every single permutation.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not asking you to do that. But I do think it would be helpful to have some examples, perhaps in the next iteration of the proposal, you know, for what you might think might be typical kinds of situations. And I think that would be helpful in general. So let me ask one more question though, and then I'm going to let other people talk. So a generator that wants to serve an on-site load, I participated in one situation a long time ago where someone wanted to do that. They couldn't get resource adequacy, so they tried to hook up with a load like that, and they were able to. The CAISO required them to do an operational study or have an operational study done because the original study assumed that they would follow CAISO dispatch instructions, but being on site as serving on-site load, they would not necessarily be doing that. So they had to go through an operational study to look at that situation. But they weren't required to retire. In fact, they hadn't even been built yet. So I'm just wondering, but anyway, let me ask the question. If an operating project wants to serve an on-site load, they're not leaving the grid, they're just serving the load. So, but you're saying they have to actually go through the whole retirement process for that?
Not the whole retirement process. I think the point of what
Well,
we put
not
in the.
retiring, obviously.
Right, yeah, right. And, you know, we're not expecting them to, you know, fill an XYZ affidavit or whatnot. It probably, you know, assuming there would be no reliability impacts that would otherwise trigger a reliability must run, you know, requirement. It would probably be a much quicker, more seamless process. But yes, I mean, the policy is clear, though, that if a generator is effectively coming out of the markets to serve an on-site load, you know, effectively convert to a rooftop solar net energy metering, you know, type of designation that would trigger for us the initial evaluation for reliability must run.
Okay. Would they be allowed to keep their RA, let's say they have an FCDS resource, would they be allowed to continue to do that?
I guess I mean, do you mean, do they keep the they keep the deliverable allocation such that they could build another generator that is then?
No. Could they still be on the NQC list?
Well, I mean, it seems like no, right? Because they're saying we're coming out of providing energy to the markets and therefore resource adequacy. We're now only serving this on-site load.
And in doing that, they would not qualify for the NQC list.
Well, they don't have any energy to offer anymore.
Well, they're offering energy to load. They're just doing it directly. So that's why I'm asking the question. It just wasn't obvious.
Yeah, I guess the answer is no, they wouldn't. They would be zeroed out NQC and resource adequacy wise, because although they are providing energy to a load, they are no longer providing energy to load
to the grid.
you know, to the grid. They're not complying with a must offer obligation, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I will yield to others. Thank you for the clarifications.
Thanks, Susan. Our next hand is from Jasmine. Hi, Danielle. This is Jasmine Gwen with NextEra Energy. I just have a quick couple clarifying questions. So it sounds like co-located generation and load, like the generation portion of the application is just going to go into the CAISO's existing interconnection process, and this is not like a separate interconnection queue for co-located resources. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And they have to go through the existing interconnection process, and would those queue positions be able to, say, like add or take out any of the large loads like after they enter the process, or do they have to withdraw?
Yeah, this is a point I wanted to clarify, actually. I think I was a little unclear earlier when I spoke to it. So once a co-located load with generation comes into the ISO interconnection process and proceeds through the cluster study process, it cannot remove its large load component to it. So
like the
once the cluster study starts, they have to stay together. They can't modify the project in such a significant way because that would require a complete restudy. So the requirement is that if a co-located load comes into the ISO interconnection process, it would have to stay together as a co-located load. And if it wants to drop the load part of it, then it would have to withdraw from the queue and get back in.
Okay. And then for the other, like vice versa, if there wasn't a large load assumption going into the queue, and then you want to add the large load, I guess you would have to withdraw and then come back in with that assumption?
Same rule applies, yeah, in both directions. If you come in as co-located and want to lose the load, or if you come in as standalone and want to add a load, those are both very different projects that are being proposed, and so that you would have to withdraw and submit a new interconnection request.
Yeah, although if it was generator only and you were trying to load, you know, you could still use pretend that the load's not there, but also use our existing modification processes such as downsizing to, lower your connection level, reduce your network upgrades, try to get something almost equivalent. Like you would still have the current modification options under the tariff.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jasmine. Our next hand is from Jan.
Hi, this is Jan Strack, San Diego Gas and Electric. Just a quick question on the sub-metering bullet there. I was just wondering, for purposes of assessing ancillary services, how is it done today where you have a co-located small load, let's call it? And are some loads escaping responsibility for ancillary services?
I think FERC would say yes. Are they circumventing any current ISO tariff rules? No. To the contrary, these rules are set up to only meter and assess those rates on a net load basis. So they're not doing anything untowards now. However, FERC and the PJM co-location proceeding thought, well, we're not sure whether these should be metered and assessed on this net basis. We think it should be gross, accounting for the load behind the meter. We want the ISO RTOs to revise their tariffs as such. So that's what's happening.
Okay, because what occurs to me right away is that the load serving entities are going to be, including the large load forecast in their and the meter data in their settlements with the ISO, on which the ancillary services are currently assessed. So, we want to avoid, double charging for something here.
Yeah, and we definitely want the forecasts to be, absolutely correct. So you will see in the technical working group, a far more specific, detailed list of the forecasting requirements to accommodate for these, because I don't think we're planning to have the ancillary service charges guide the path there.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Jan.
Thanks, Jan. Our next hand is from Chris.
Hi there, this is Chris Devon with Constellation. Thanks for the presentation. So I think one thing that we're trying to understand a little bit better is how CAISO is continuing to propose or just point to these prior clarifications or points about how the existing generation is going to be treated under the retirement process and that prior initiative and the clarifications there. And I guess I just want to try to link this to the broader flexibility concepts that you're going to talk about next, because you're introducing some new things that are certainly required by FERC now under the show cause and the ANOPR for how new resources can be co-located and with these loads, and that loads that are willing to curtail under some of the constrained conditions could receive accelerated development and reduce upgrades and all those sort of things. So I think that to us that reflects there's a bit of a broader principle around reliability and grid needs that are addressed through these flexible operations, rather than just purely a binary outcome of you must retire. So if for instance, an existing generator was going to serve some co-located load in part or in whole, but that load is then willing to curtail under some kind of constrained conditions, then I think the CAISO needs to potentially consider how this new flexibility framework would apply to those existing generators as well. For instance, if we were to do some of these arrangements, but then could still come back to the grid when there was an emergency or some kind of a contingency, that can provide some significant reliability value, especially in the interim before there's like a repowering or before there is some, other generation that can go through the queue and interconnect to provide that kind of reliability value. So is CAISO willing to consider applying this more flexible framework or reconsidering this retirement treatment in some way and talking a little bit more about it, because we think there should be some kind of a middle ground there?
Yeah, it's a complex question, but I don't think anyone at the CAISO would disagree with, anything you said there, Chris. I think really we're standing on one principle, and that principle is that, if an existing market participating generator raises its hand and says, I'm withdrawing some level of capacity from the markets, that we, the CAISO, have the right to study it to ensure that there is not a reliability impact from that withdrawal. That is ultimately what we want. And obviously what everyone wants, we want to maintain reliability, and we have to do that. But as for like the flexibility to do all the things, you said, yeah, I think that that's all certainly in the realm of possibility. We have no interest in being rigid here or keeping, capacity that we don't need for reliability.
Okay, thanks for that, Bill. And I think we would certainly agree with the concept of needing to do the studies and ensuring reliability, and I don't think we're objecting to that by any means. I just think that we would like to see some more potential for a little bit more clarification around what actually happens with deliverability, with your interconnection rights, if there's ways that we can provide some flexibility and benefits back to the grid while still serving those co-located loads, and perhaps, looking at some of the precedent in other areas, acknowledging that in PJM and others, there have been some other outcomes already where, you would maybe lose your capacity injection rights, but you would maintain the ability to inject energy to the grid. So I think those are some examples that could apply, or at least should be discussed. And is, understanding that there are differences with the way that capacity is done and deliverability is done in California versus other regions that you noted already earlier in the discussion. But we'd like to just have a little bit broader, consideration of other frameworks that might need to apply for those existing generators as well. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I would say too, to all the developers, we have probably only had like one or two developers even reach out and kick the tires on this possibility or this idea. But for any that do have specific projects in mind, they should reach out to our interconnection team, and we can start, running an initial evaluation to see what we think.
Thanks, Chris. Our next hand is from Carla.
Hello, thank you. My name is Carla Lobo. I'm from Monterey County. I was a little bit late, so my question is from slide 15. You mentioned reporting large load growth by transmission pricing zone. Will communities be able to see that information at the county or local grid level, including how many megawatts are being requested and what upgrades those loads would require without identifying confidential customers?
It's a good question. I'm not sure if you were on earlier. We got a question about this, and I think we're still kind of defining what that zonal area looks like. And so encourage you to put that in comments, and we can see how the proposal evolves and what level of granularity we'll be able to provide.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't on earlier, so that's why I asked that question. So just to follow up on that, if you're still discovering or identifying that granular information, how is community now supposed to gather or understand what the need is and what everything else on the local level? Because these are great informationals, but and the minuscule granular level, how would a local community find out how much large load demand is being planned for its area and whether that demand is driving local grid upgrades? Simply because we don't know. This is a large scale. There's a lot of entities that the information that's being provided now is very large. But me being in Monterey County, I'd like to know at the granular level because that's what's going to affect my community and me. And so the fact that you guys haven't determined that, what is the pre-cause or the reasoning why we're not even providing local government or at the ground level this information so that they're informed?
It's a great question. I think we do want to provide as much transparency as we can while still maintaining, any sensitive information and confidentiality requirements that we have. I also want to note that there are multiple parties involved in not only data center development and siting, but also just planning the energy requirements associated with those data centers. And so our information is more focused on making sure that we're maintaining reliability, but we do want that information, excuse me, we do want that information to be visible to stakeholders to the extent possible. So you're asking great questions. I'm not sure if I have answers for you right now, but do encourage you to put those in comments.
Okay, I will definitely do that. And my last follow-up is because there's many entities and their hands are all in the pot, for lack of a better word, for the utility and PG&E, who specifically at PG&E or through what public process should a community request that information if they already have it or if those utilities may already be previewed to that information?
I am not sure if I'm privy to share that right now or if I even know the right contact. So we can see if anyone is able to direct you on this call. Otherwise, I encourage you to reach out to PG&E.
Okay, thank
we
you.
did get a new hand from Jen from PG&E. Jen Key, maybe it's in response to this. Can we unmute Jen?
Can you hear me? I think I'm.
Yes, you can.
Okay, sorry. It was hard to tell if I was unmuted. I wasn't really going to respond to that, but I would just say, I am a lawyer. California privacy laws on customer data, still exist. And I'm not answering for PG&E. I'm just saying there are very strict customer privacy laws in California on utility customer data or potential customer data. But I had a question sort of going back to another question on relating to the zones as to whether any thought was given that I sort of read the transmission zones as being the same as the TAC areas, as the TAC areas are defined by the tariff. So I just didn't, it was just a suggestion that when I think of zones in the CAISO, I think of the TAC areas. So I don't know if that's what someone had in mind or not. But that is, there are sort of zones already that do exist.
Okay, thank you. That does add some more context. I understand that individual customer information is confidential. My question is about aggregated information. Can communities see the total megawatts of larger load demand being planned for their county or local grid area and that infrastructure upgrades associated with the demand without identifying any individual customer? That was what I was implying.
Thank you, Carla. We'll try to figure out what level of granularity we can provide, but appreciate your.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. Our next hand is from TJ.
Yes, hi. This is TJ from DWR. I wanted to ask an example or provide a question. How does the CAISO treat behind the meter generation for assessing TAC? For example, if the computational load is 50 megawatts and it's behind the generation is 60 megawatts, does this mean that the gross load would be 0 megawatt hours and no TAC charges are assessed? And does it apply to all entities? And if not, what are the exemptions?
Yeah, this is Bill Weaver. I want to dodge your question simply because it would take a while to go through, and it is spelled out in detail in the paper on page, starting on page 35, if you want to look there. We did not propose any changes to how we assess the transmission access charge today, which is on a gross load basis, which does not consider loads served by behind the meter generation to the load on site. Only if that generation is exported to the greater grid would it be factored into the gross load assessed to TEC.
Okay, so to follow up though, if the load is 50 megawatts and the behind the generation is 50 megawatts, would TAC be assessed? There's no exporting?
There's no TAC assessed in that example. That's right, because the logic is that the transmission grid was not used. The energy didn't flow either way on the transmission grid.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, TJ. Our next hand is from Ali, I think.
Hi. Along the same lines, for loads that they do not receive a tax charge, are they not responsible for RA either?
And Olive, can you introduce yourself as well?
Hi, sorry. I'm with DCR Transmission LLC, Ali Merrily.
Thank you.
It's a better question for the CPUC and the CEC who set the RA requirements and may, evaluate here based on, how the evolution of large loads. It's not, there's nothing in our proposal about changing RA requirements due to the introduction of large loads.
But there is, I hope you can see that there is a connection between the two. And if there is a resource that has got exact amount of generation behind the load and does not show up, then they don't have to go through the formal large generator interconnection process. Now, if they are required to provide RA, they have to go in the market and buy RA, and the question is going to be on how much. And so I hope that point gets clarified.
Thanks, Ali. We can explore that.
Okay, thanks. Our next hand is from Jen.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify, and it may be relevant to both the former questions. A lot of people are asking questions about how TAC is allocated. I think it's important to remember that TAC is allocated to UDCs. And the UDCs then, subject to whether they're regulated by the CPUC or are not regulated, allocate costs to retail loads. So that the fact that the TAC is not allocated in any particular way does not necessarily govern how retail charges are assessed. So when people are asking questions about, they have to remember that the UDC, on the transmission side, there's always a UDC in between. For RA purposes, it escapes my mind whether it's the load serving entity versus the UDC. There's the same thing for RA. There is a wholesale entity in between that is responsible for RA, and that entity decides how RA costs are spread to retail customers. So I don't want the misunderstanding to be that just because the CAISO does something, that necessarily is exactly what happens to loads, because there's a wholesale entity in between the two. So people shouldn't get, they need to understand the retail rules. I'll just give a real quick example. Let's say you're a small net metering customer or residential. Your load would count as incurring TAC. Let's say at night you don't have storage, you're using electricity from the grid at night, but over the course of the month, and we're going to pretend you're a NEM customer that's grandfathered, during the course of the month, you're deemed not to use electricity. That NEM customer is not charged any pass-through of any transmission charge, even though its load was literally assessed the TAC. The UDC, who represents that net meter, was assessed TAC for that load, but then the CPUC rules say don't pass that transmission charge on to that grandfathered NEM customer. So that's just an example that what the CAISO does isn't necessarily what the UDC does on transmission, and for RA, depending on the wholesaler, the same thing can happen.
Thanks, Jen.
Okay, thank you. Our next hand is from TJ.
Oh, thanks. Sorry to clarify just on one more point. So in the case load, if the generating unit was down, the transmission would be built out to serve that load. To meet the 50 megawatts in my previous example, regardless of behind the meter transmission, would TAC be assessed?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your hypothetical before. I realized it was a TAC question, but again, I said, don't want to use this call to go through TAC hypotheticals. There's no change to the current TAC rules, which are spelled out on page, I think I said 35 of the straw proposal.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, sorry.
Thanks, TJ. We are now at 10:30. We're going to take a break until 10:40. I'm sorry, it's 10:34 now. So a little bit over a 5-minute break, and we will come back with the next section.
Great. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll jump right back into some of the content. This is actually a section where the ISO is proposing some new services. So the commission suggested that for flexible large loads, the ISO provide some additional services to accommodate flexible large loads. First, they suggested that we accommodate flexible large loads that can limit use of the transmission system under certain conditions, and then developing new transmission options that reflect transmission needs and operational flexibility of large loads that can limit the use of the transmission system under certain conditions. So on the next slide, I'll go through our proposal. We are proposing 2 new services. These are new flexible interconnection service options. Next slide, please. Okay, these are flexible interconnection service options. And rather than calling these transmission service options, the ISO is essentially still proposing to provide firm transmission service, but the load interconnection service will be flexible. So what this means is that if there's a large load that's interested in interconnecting to the system and would like to come online prior to completion of any network upgrades, that large load can come on as a flexible interim load interconnection project or a FILI project. And that would be flexible enough to take curtailment or modify its withdrawals from the grid under certain conditions that would be articulated by the PTO until those network upgrades are complete. So this is interim service that would allow speed to power or allow a load to come online quickly while it waits for completion of network upgrades. We're also proposing a second option, which is flexible load interconnection on a permanent basis, or FLIP, This would allow large loads to interconnect under a permanent flexible service arrangement. So knowing ahead of time what those conditions might be, where they may be expected to modify their withdrawals from the grid or their energy use, avoiding the need to fund any network upgrades or wait for any network upgrades by accepting this interconnection service on a permanent basis. So on both of these, this is another area where, while we are proposing a new level of service, we are providing the framework for this that we will ensure is operational, but we really are looking to the PTOs to implement these options. And I think there's some degree of flexibility here for the PTOs to define how these new services might be offered to different customers. So this is an area where some degree of consistency would be helpful, just in ensuring that we're maintaining reliability and certain data needs and things like that. So we have full visibility into the projects that decide to move down this path. But these solutions can be somewhat customized depending on the transmission system conditions and the load itself. So
Okay,
I'll stop
we have two
there. I
hands
see
in
two
queue.
questions already. Ed.
Okay, the first hand is from Pushkar.
Hi, Daniel, this is Pushkar Bagle from Clean Energy on behalf of BAMX and CCSF. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Pushkar.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Hey, okay, great. Well, great job at giving these catchy names, Philly and Flip. My concern is that the Flip might, live up to its name, and if a permanently curtailable loads decide to flip back and demand firm service later, but presumably that's not allowed, right? Because we have a permanent term there. Did I get
Yeah,
that right?
this is, at least for this stage, this is intended to be a permanent product. We are very open to, exploring how this could look a little different. The idea is to provide a pathway for a load that doesn't want to pay for or wait for network upgrades. But we have not, we're unclear on how attractive of an option this is from large load developers. And so that's
Yeah.
something we would like to have feedback on.
Yeah, and that gets to my real question that I wanted to ask is how will CAISO, and as you stated, it's not CAISO, it's what you're providing this framework for PTOs, ensure that these flexible loads actually deliver curtailment operationally and that the firm transmission service customers are protected if a flexible load fails to curtail as assumed in planning process. I think that's going to be the key going forward.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point. I think that's also something that will require ongoing coordination with the TOs on how to implement this, but it's very important. So thanks for raising it.
Great. Well, that's all I had for slide number 19. Thank you.
Thanks, Pushkar. Our next hand is from Susan.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I'm just wondering, that first option, the Philly option, seems a lot like a limited operations study on the generator side, where before the upgrades are finished, the generator might get permission to operate partially, fully, subject to certain conditions. So are you thinking about it in sort of that same framework?
Well, I guess it's on the load side. So everything looks a little bit different on that side.
I would say no, simply because a limited operations study is really someone near the end of their process. They've asked to be designed a certain way, and they're just seeing if before that they can interconnect, a little faster and whether it's possible. Whereas the Philly option is almost someone raising their hand from the start and saying, I need to be interconnected as soon as possible. What are my options? And they're going to be studied that way. It's almost like the limited operations study from the very beginning of the process.
Okay, so this isn't something necessarily where, let's say like on limited operation study, sometimes the PTOs are late. And so you want to get it, declare COD before, but that's not what you're thinking about here. You're thinking about this would be something you don't have to wait till 9 months before the load connection before you have to request or anything. This is something that would be elected from the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would clarify, we're not doing the thinking here, which is to say, what we're really trying to do is put together the proposals that we think developers want. And especially large load developers, generator developers should be as loud as possible in their comments, whether they want these options. And if they're not interested in these options, if they really simply want to be simple, firm loads, that will help us prioritize the tariff revisions we develop.
Okay. So if they are able to do, say, the Philly option using, batteries or using behind the meter, mobile turbines, I'm just trying to think of how this might work, and not actually physically curtail the load, would that be okay?
I think that's to be negotiated between the TOs and the large load customer.
Okay, and then finally, I'm trying to reconcile what you have here with the CAISO itself has demand side programs right now, where loads can curtail, sometimes using on-site whatever they have. So how do you see those existing load programs, the RDR and the RDR? How do you see those programs interacting with something like this kind of thing?
Well, this is more focused on transmission constraints rather than kind of system constraints and market participating resources. So there's a distinction, but there could still be some interaction. So there is some overlap with the DDEMI initiative, the Demand and Distributed Energy Market Integration Initiative that we're looking at.
Okay, because it seems like these are based on transmission limitations, but you haven't really sort of worked out what the conditional services would be. Might it also consider system conditions at a particular time?
Right now, these are looking only at transmission constraints. So we can clarify that in the paper, but this is really to address the network upgrade completion cost and timeline issues, and to make sure that there's sufficient transmission capacity to serve these large loads on the system.
Okay, all right, thanks very much.
Thanks, Susan. Our next hand is from Chris.
Hi again, this is Chris Devin with Constellation. Thanks again for this new couple of options here. I think we're trying to understand how these kind of new arrangements might impact the actual operations, and then a little bit broader than that, the price formation and different market outcomes. So similar to what Susan was just talking about, to some extent related to, DR programs and when these things are deployed. I think we certainly understand that these are going to be highly project specific and part of the interconnection process where you're determining these, deployment scenarios or contingencies or constraints that might need to trigger these kind of services to be deployed. But I think we're interested in getting some additional clarity around just generally the type of circumstances that would trigger these, and then how does that interact or weave into the CAISO's market design. I think to point to something more specific as well, I know that there's complicated modeling that CAISO does for like the generator contingency modeling enhancement stuff that was done several years ago. Just curious as to how these things might interact with that, and then on the broader system reliability level, when we get into high load conditions, if that's going to become part of this discussion at all, or if that's really going to be separate into the into that demand other demand demi initiative that you guys have ongoing. I think because these are new service offerings, any kind of additional clarity on, the deployment and then market interactions would benefit everyone to know a little bit more about that in your future proposals. Thanks.
Yeah, all fair points. I mean, I think you recognize that we're trying to stay flexible for developers' needs. But obviously, any, I guess, operational protocol, any type of, where the load drops off, that would actually affect market pricing, that would have to be transparent, and that scheduling coordinators, really have the ability to reverse engineer all market pricing and understand why they happen. So it could be that if we thought, a large load dropping off in certain contingencies or whatnot is going to have a market impact, that's spelled out in operational protocols, in a nomogram, et cetera, like we see today with RASs. That could be one possible solution, but we certainly agree with the transparency principle on the market implication side.
Yeah, and Chris, I'll just add one piece. This is Amber. We'll talk about them a little bit later as we get into operational requirements too. So I'll save the details for then. But within there are the forecast schedules coming in, and we do one of the things that's most critical to those schedules that are coming in of the large load is that they incorporate any sort of change, one of these being the flexible load interconnection within those schedules so that it can be accounted for on the demand forecast side and the market has visibility to them. So I just wanted to highlight that piece, but we'll connect more of those dots a bit later.
Great. Thanks for both those answers. I really appreciate the idea of the transparency. And I guess, Amber, on that point, to me, it seems like a lot of the more standard operations and kind of ability to forecast some of the needs for these would totally make sense. I think when you get into like, hey, there's a contingency that we didn't know was going to happen, then if that drops off and the CAISO needs to have it be a flexible outcome, then how does that then ultimately, impact the price formation? And if there's going to be some, significant impact there, if these are rather large loads, I think we just want to understand it better at this point and see if there is anything that's really concerning about this or not. I don't think we are able to conclude anything at this point, but just some more discussion around that would be helpful. So much appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Our next hand is from Carla.
Thank you. My question is, if a large load is allowed to connect before the necessary grid upgrades are completed, what safeguards protect existing customers from reliability problems? And to follow that up, that question, like during an emergency or grid constraint, what constraints would that large load be curtailed before existing residential and critical community loads?
Yeah, that is the underlying idea here, is that if hopefully this would be communicated ahead of time to the large load. There would be some understanding of when that large load may expect to be curtailed or to have to reduce its withdrawals from the grid. But the idea is that this large load would be on an interim basis, taking interconnection service from the grid on a sort of conditional basis, where they would be sort of first to have to reduce their consumption. And ultimately, if they weren't able to, I think would be curtailed.
Okay, so the safeguards to protect existing customers is just the curtail, and did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that is the safeguard, is that we would, I think the transmission owner, and this would be between the transmission owner and the large load, but the transmission owner would curtail that load or cut off service to it.
And is there any guards if they don't?
Well, it wouldn't be we wouldn't be dependent on them to do it, right? The transmission owner, can always open the breaker and physically disconnect the resource. But I think I just want to clarify the underlying premise here. This isn't a right. This is an election. The CAISO and the transmission owner would only let the load interconnect without the completion of all its network upgrades, only if it could still maintain system reliability and not impact any other end use customers. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does. That answers my question.
Yeah.
That's where I was
Okay.
going with that, but thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carla. Our next hand is from David.
Hi, yes, thank you. I wanted to ask about how these would intersect with like backup generation or behind the meter generation and stuff like that. I think Susan began to answer or ask this question, and you'd begin to say that this was up for negotiation, but it just, I'm curious about how those would intersect, especially I think maybe for the interim, because it seems like a lot of data centers would have, like emergency generators, for example, that especially if they're looking to transform into eventually like a more permanent interconnection, they would probably have those on site. And so I'm wondering if that, I guess that's the question, is like how those things interact.
Yeah, so this could interact with the co-located resource. So there is a possibility for it can kind of look however the load and PTO decide they want it to look. And then they would memorialize that in an agreement. But essentially, the load could have co-located or behind the meter generation associated with it that the load would decide to use to reduce its consumption during those periods that are, defined, or during periods of high congestion or resource or transmission constraints. Similarly, though, if the large load decides that it does not want to have backup generation, it would be more of a PTO control issue where the PTO would reduce its consumption or ultimately disconnect the resource. So it can be any shade, but we do expect some interaction with co-located load and gen.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, David. Our next hand is from Patty, and just a reminder to introduce yourself and your organization before asking your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Patty Sakowitz, and I'm actually from Pacific Corp, so not within the CAISO, and just really actually very much learning from this presentation. The FERC show cause orders were directed at the ISOs and RTOs, but we outside are watching very closely. And also, most of my questions have actually been alluded to already by some of the presenters, but obviously PAC as an EDAM partner entity, we're also interested in kind of how the CAISO markets would work to both kind of integrate with the loads and generation that are being proposed here, like how they would register or bid within the EDAM, but then also what the market signals would look like for this actual curtailment. So, I mean, a couple of folks asked some questions about, what those dispatch signals would be based on. And I've heard that we're looking at transmission constraints as opposed to system constraints. And I heard some allusion to that there will be, the word was interaction with the system constraint modeling similar to the DEMI initiative. So my first question is, can you speak a little bit more about this interaction with system of transmission constraints rather than grid system constraints and how those work to signal curtailment?
Yeah, so I first want to just be, thanks, I appreciate the questions. First want to be really clear that everything we're talking about here is, as you said, transmission is based on transmission congestion or transmission availability. So just kind of going back to our 30-day informational report and the position that the ISO has been in for several years now, we have sufficient resources on the system. We are not in a position where we expect anytime in the near term the growth of large loads to compromise our ability to provide the generation and the resources necessary to serve that load. So we have a very proactive forward 10 and 15-year planning process where we incorporate any new load interconnection requests from the PTOs and from the California Energy Commission's forecast in California that enables us to make sure that we have sufficient generation on the system at all times to meet this new demand. So with that in mind, everything that we're developing here is assuming that we are maintaining resource sufficiency over time. And that is a very important goal of the ISO. It's something that we take very seriously. And so therefore we are talking now about just acknowledging that you know, building, not only building a large load, but building network upgrades to support that large load with firm service can be a timely and costly process. And so we want to account for that and enable any sort of load growth that's possible, despite to the extent possible within those transmission constraints. So just want to kind of affirm the emphasis there on the transmission side and affirm that we do consider the ISO system to be resource sufficient. And so that's why you're seeing these proposals structured the way they are. To the broader question on, you know, broader market interactions and other programs, we are really focused right now on the CAISO BA. As you noted, that's what FERC directed the show cause order to, working very closely with the CAISO PTOs. So we see this as something that is certainly starting at the CAISO level. We do want to develop these policies in a way that enables them to be compatible with broader market development going forward. But those issues around the broader kind of regional market development are being addressed in the Demand and Distributed Energy Market Integration Initiative. And those conversations will continue, and we expect this stakeholder initiative to sort of provide a springboard and a little bit of a template for how some of those conversations may go, but also don't want to foreclose any new ideas from that DDEMI initiative either. I'll stop and see if anyone else from the ISO just wants to add to that response, but also welcome any additional questions.
Hey, that was really, really helpful. And I will certainly attend some of those stakeholder meetings as well. I just have one more question generally, which is about in the event, in these flexible interim situations, what does the curtailment priority look like?
I think that would be articulated by the transmission owner. I'm not sure what goes into their sort of queuing process for who gets first priority for curtailment. But I think the idea here is that these loads would be on their list of priority curtailments. And we certainly don't want to compromise service to any other existing customers by allowing this interim interconnection service.
Yeah, it's probably more helpful to think of it as like a remedial action scheme, because it's not going to be something that is price-based or, system capacity-based. It really will be in response to a specific contingency occurring that is otherwise waiting for its network upgrades to address that contingency.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Patty. Our last hand is from Eddie.
Yes, Eddie did actually from Parse Energy. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. We do a lot of data center development, and most developers are interested to have their own generation on site and but receive emergency service from the transmission owner. So I think it would be a good idea to have some sort of backup service or emergency service so that the data center developers are not exposed to too much upgrade on the transmission system and so on. So they would be only basically withdrawing power from the grid and not injecting any power into the grid when it's available, obviously. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll have to give that some additional thought. I think that does seem like a construct that could potentially fit into the flip mechanism. It's just sort of flipping the direction of where rather than taking system power most of the time, it would be only taking it on unlimited conditions. But it would require, still some detailed articulation of what the expectations are there and making sure that there are sufficient safeguards in place to prevent any impacts to other customers on the system.
Yeah, this could resemble like a meter subsystem. You guys already are familiar with. That's the suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie. We have one more hand from Susan.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. It just seems like standby and backup is a service that if they have their own behind the meter generation, there could be outages or derates or, equipment issues. And so it seems like the existing construct of standby and backup service probably would still be needed, at least in some form.
Okay, that's a good point. We can discuss that.
Okay,
and
thanks.
Differentiate if necessary.
Okay. We have no other hands in queue.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. Thanks, Stacy. Okay, so the last topic in the FERC order to show cause is a preliminary finding that the ISO does not contain provisions that allow for interconnection customers to seek generator interconnection service for serving electrically proximate large loads or co-located loads. So we already talked about the co-located piece. On electrically proximate, I think this is essentially referring to a load and a generation that a load resource and a generator that are not in close proximity to one another, maybe a couple of substations away. In California, that could look a couple of different ways. And so we can go to the next slide, where you will see that at this time, the ISO is not, next slide, please. Thanks. Is not proposing to clarify anything to create provisions for serving electrically proximate large loads. A couple reasons. We feel first that this construct is pretty complex. We haven't heard anyone asking for this type of service. That load and that generator, there are processes in place right now to deal with electrically separate, even if proximate loads and generation that we would point those interested developers toward. So we are not proposing to move that forward. It would also potentially conflict with some state law. So we see more complexity here than maybe necessary to provide any sort of benefit to new large load growth or the system as a whole. And as we discussed in section C of slides in the paper, we are proposing to clarify a number of rules to enable co-located large loads and generation to be studied together. There are a lot of different configurations that we talked about, and we heard some new ones on this call as well. Our goal is just to be really clear about what does necessitate an ISO interconnection generator interconnection request, and what doesn't, and how we plan to coordinate with the PTOs to make sure that there's full visibility of all that information and full and accurate study to enable reliability going forward. So that, I think I do see one question on this, but that is essentially the complete proposal from the ISO at this point.
Okay, we have one hand from Susan.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I'm just wondering, for existing generation, I think there is still a law in the books, I'm probably dating myself terribly, that allows projects to serve up to 2 loads on immediately adjacent properties without becoming a public utility. And I'm just wondering if that, for an existing generator that is interested in serving one of these loads, perhaps on nearby land or even adjacent land, does that fit into this construct that we've been discussing?
I mean, I think yes, and I think you're thinking of the California Public Utilities Code, which is still in the book, so you're not dating yourself, Susan. And it's expressly cited and discussed in the paper. And part of the reason why we're saying, well, we think the 2 substations away probably conflicts with this state law, or at least implicates the state law. But otherwise, yes, you're right. There's no change, for example, to net energy metering or the rights to serve on-site load without becoming a utility, no matter how, I guess, large that load is at this point.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We have no other hands in queue at this time.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide. At this point, we do have an opportunity for any additional questions and discussion on the STRAW proposal before moving into some of the operational and technical requirements that are explored both in this large load STRAW proposal as well as the large load technical requirements STRAW proposal that came out in June. I do want to highlight, we had a really a great question earlier. We've had a lot of PTO engagement on this call as well. I recognize that, there's a lot in this STRAW proposal that we are sort of requesting the PTOs to respond to. And we do hope to provide a little more visibility into that side of the STRAW proposal going forward. Want to thank the PTOs for the level of coordination that we've had over the last couple of months thus far. I can assure you it has been an effort on everyone's part. And so really grateful for that and hoping that we can provide some assurances to stakeholders that we are developing a really sound set of tariff changes to file with FERC in mid-November. But if there are no further questions, just pause for like 5 more seconds. Okay, I do see one.
Yeah, we got a hand from Eddie.
Yes, Eddie Dadashi, Cars Energy. PJM is planning to limit the number of data centers that they would interconnect at any given time annually. Have you guys considered to limit the number of data centers so that it's going? The first round is going to be a learning process, and you have to refine your process as you go through the second batch of data centers.
Yeah, as I've said before, we are in a very different situation than PJM is in right now. I don't think we have any justification at this point or any need to set any kind of limits on data centers or other types of large loads at this point. And hopefully hopefully are not in that position going forward. Our goal here is really to make sure that we're enabling load growth and planning for load growth to make sure that we can reliably serve load growth. And so, and we want to make sure that any, new loads that are coming onto the system are subject to some appropriate requirements to make sure that they're operating safely and reliably, and that we have the information that we need to maintain reliability of the system.
That's correct, but on data centers and large loads, the ramping requirement, is going to, burden the CalISO grid. It's not having the generation capacity, but the ramping capability. During the training process, the data centers ramp from 5% to 95% in a very short period of time. So it's not the issue of having the capacity of generation; it's the ramping capability that's going to be driving the ability to interconnect the data centers.
I think that's a really good, it is definitely a consideration that we're looking at. I think it's a really good segue into the technical requirements discussion that we're going to start shortly, because I know we have been giving some thought to that and making sure that we can continue to maintain reliability on the system.
Okay, thank you.
Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie. There are no other hands in queue.
Okay. Thanks. Then Stacy, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. And you're first. Okay, Amber Motley is here from the ISO. So she'll go through some operational forecasting requirements in the STRAW proposal.
All right, good morning, everybody. Almost afternoon. As we kind of transition a little bit more into the operations timeframe, we wanted to open up a little bit with some of the forecasting challenges to consider, as well as then what the proposal is set forth within both today, the presentation, as well as the paper. So and some of these were mentioned as we went through the earlier session, as you see, when the large loads come on and they scale, they can introduce forecasting uncertainty to the demand forecast within the operational timeframe. And that can be from data and visibility gaps, just not having an understanding of the location of that large load, the energization plan of that large load, those different onboarding characteristics that it has. And they're often treated as what we call conforming demand, despite the fact that the large loads, not all of them, but they can have what we consider non-conforming characteristics. Conforming demand, just for an example, for those that are not as familiar with the term, is residential load is a good example of conforming demand. It follows a weather pattern, temperature versus load output on the grid. Non-conforming doesn't follow a typical day, week, temperature signal, and it has other driving factors behind it at that point in time. So the goal today is really to define the data enhancements needed to help support the forecasting in the operational time period for large loads. And those requirements are for the CAISO BAA demand forecasting processes. Next slide. A forecaster can't ever give a presentation without a bunch of graphs. So I'll walk you guys through the graphs, but I think one of the things that we want to note is as we do demand forecasting relies on historical data to predict the future. That historical data, it can be a combination of things. Demand actuals is a very important input into forecasting the future, as well as temperature or weather information that are on there. On the side of the right, you see an average daily demand profile by year. So each color that you see over here is a different year, going from 2022 to 2026. On the left-hand side is the megawatt outputs. This is for a specific area within the CAISO BAA. So you can see that this area, year over year, has growth in the load throughout it. On the bottom, you see the historical temperature load relationship. This is something that you look at very commonly for conforming loads. is embedded within the weather relationship of a conforming forecast. So if you looked in the 60-degree temperature range, which is kind of in the middle of the chart that's on the bottom, you can see that at 60 degrees in 2022, that load was around 500 megawatts, but at 2026, it is over 600 megawatts. So the model itself, if you do nothing, is going to have a hard time figuring out when the load is going to be 600 megawatts versus when the load's going to be 500 megawatts through that trajectory of time. One could ask, well, why not just rely on 1 year of data, right? And most present data within the short-term forecasting, but you do need some element of a historical data set. That year could have extremely hot temperatures or cold temperatures or average temperatures. So you need a bigger data set than just 1 year to form the demand forecasts. Right now, we run a typical 3 or 4 year historical data set informing the operational forecast. So when you have year-over-year growth, you have a risk with no interaction of becoming what we call low biased, so that the forecast is lower than the actuals that come in, just because of the relationship that is within the model and not knowing the identifier of why load is coming in higher. So that's kind of more the problem statement. We'll walk into a little bit more about what the proposal is to resolve that problem statement. Next slide. Incorporating schedules into the demand or the conforming demand forecast is possible. So in our current demand forecast for the conforming model, we can incorporate and do incorporate what we call out-of-market or non-market demand response schedules. These also are known as load forecast adjustments in some documentation as well. This is to preemptively account for the schedule effect of those demand response programs within the conforming demand forecast. On the top right, you can see that the model that can incorporate those in, the actual line is black within this example. I even have to zoom in, so I will apologize for that ahead of time. But the actual line is black here. You see that there is a model that doesn't incorporate the demand response in, and that's blue. And then you see that there is a model that does incorporate the demand response schedule in, which is in yellow. So you can see by giving the model information of this non-conforming response, that it can see both the in of the change as well as the out of the change within the forecast. Similarly, if you have large BTM batteries, they can also submit schedules and be incorporated into the demand forecast. So schedules and actuals really are critical data streams needed to handle those non-conforming load movements to make sure that there's visibility in the demand forecast in real time as well as in those further time periods as we continue to forecast the demand. Next slide. Let's get a little bit into the proposed data elements. I'm going to talk at a high level, but I do encourage you to also look at the straw proposal, as it has a lot of details of the data elements that I'll talk about, as well as some that relate very much to what Ibrahim will talk about after me. There really is 4 buckets to help support improved visibility into forecasting the large loads in the demand time period. One of those elements is that load growth information. So just having a transparent visibility into the expected load additions over time, that energization plan. For example, if 50 megawatts is energizing 1 month and 50 more megawatts is energizing 6 months later, just making sure that we have an understanding both in the historical data set as well as the forward of what those trajectories and energization timelines look like to help really improve some of those graphics that you saw in the previous slides. The other is, effective operating profiles. And what is an operating profile? It really is representative demand characteristics. Those demand characteristics are more static in nature, also known as physical characteristics of the loads or the co-located generation that's within the loads, to help really understand what the daily demand profiles are going to look like to help support those baseline forecasting assumptions. The third bucket is that load movement and variability. Not all large loads have the same movement and variability, but those that do have those movement and variability components, making sure that you have visibility to them through the submission of a schedule or a forecast and actual telemetry information for those large loads, really being able to improve the tracking of intraday and day ahead deviations for forecasting as well as operational coordination needs. And then lastly, is the operating limits and the constraints. So really having a good understanding of the operational bounds that that large load has. We talked a little bit about flexible loads. I pointed you to this section, and understanding what those operational bounds are and the characteristics that are driving the change of those max and min consumption levels of the large loads. Also understanding the ramping characteristics, any flexibility or curtailment capabilities that might be influencing the dispatch and the system balancing in total. So when we dive into the proposal a little bit more, there is a lot of information within physical characteristics and the real more static information that's there and laid out throughout the proposal, and Ibrahim will touch on some of those as we go through the next section. But the big piece is the requirement of a schedule as well as that actual demand to make sure that we can incorporate that schedule information and actual demand to understand what the load is doing within the demand forecast of the planning time periods that we have. And currently we plan the day ahead demand forecasts day ahead through day 8 in an hourly granularity. But when we get into that real-time time period, we are at the 5-minute granularity and the 15-minute granularity to be able to look at what that forward rolling real-time demand is. With that, I will pause and see if there are any questions.
Thanks so much, Amber. There are currently no questions. Thank you. Oh, we have a hand from Carla. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Carla Lobo, Monterey County. Okay, so on slide 24 and 25, you identified forecasting uncertainty and challenges with rapid growth large loads. How do you guys how do you prevent proposed data centers that may never be built from inflating load forecasts and triggering unnecessary grid upgrades? And at what point is a proposed large load considered real enough to include in the forecast?
Yeah, no, so in the presentation that we have here, we're really talking about the operational timeframes for those forecasting elements. So within short-term forecasting, which is what the CAISO does, for the CAISO BAA, it really is day ahead through day 8. And then in that real-time time period. So as we know those different elements, we are a lot closer to the actual of it coming online, which allows us more certainty in the demand at that point in time. And then I'll let Bill expand if he has anything further.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Amber is only talking about those large loads that are already online, that are already operational. I think your question is directed at the long-term load forecasts, which, as we spell it in the straw proposal, and even more so in the docket in our 30-day report on adequate generation, which we can provide you offline if you can't find it on the CAISO website or in the FERC docket, really gets into the California Energy Commission long-term forecast discussion, where they are setting the long-term forecast. They have a lot of criteria they use to ensure it's a reasonable number based on the interconnection requests that the PTOs receive and how far along those requests are.
Okay. I guess my last question would be, what specific evidence does a project have to provide before its megawatts are counted in the forecast?
I think that's a question for both the California Energy Commission, who does the long-term demand forecast for the whole state, working with the utilities, as well as the local utilities who provide information into the CEC's forecasting process.
Okay, thank you.
And I was just going to add to the FERC order does require the ISO and the PTOs to make sure that we have tariff language in place to prevent, speculative large loads from doing just what you articulated. So that is something that we are working with the participating transmission owners on. But because they do a lot of the demand forecasting, we've asked them to incorporate that into their tariff changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Carla, for your questions. Our next hand is from Alva.
Hello, Amber, can you hear me?
I can, Alva.
Hi, Alva Swoboda from PG&E. One thing I'm wondering about here is, and I haven't read the proposal, so are there distinct rules for how LSEs who are responsible for these loads would either break out or include these loads in their own forecasts? I mean, is essentially just asking that question because maybe it's detailed later, but I would certainly see a problem if we don't have guidance as to how they're supposed to be, how everything's supposed to add up into a single forecast that informs, for example, our bidding.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great thing. It does not talk in detail at this time about the elements that are going into the RUC or the real-time market versus the IFM, but that is something to consider. You would want the IFM and the RUC and real-time forecast to be aligned across the board. So just something that's important to consider, and we can take that into the future edits as we get more into the details.
Perfect. And then is the assumption right now that this information that you're going to be looking for is going to be provided directly by the large loads, or would it be via the load serving entity or the scheduling coordinator? Do you have a channel of responsibility there?
Yeah, so we do detail the channel of responsibility as it goes through. I think right now we are not proposing that the large loads have their own scheduling coordinator. So this framework is to remain consistent of having the scheduling coordinators of the LSE areas submit the information.
Okay, so right now the idea would be that the LSE would supply this information, and then you would define rules as to how that would interact with the rest of their load forecast.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Great questions.
Thanks, Alva. We have one more hand from Katie.
Hi, this is Katie Morsoni from Cal CCA, and I just wanted to pick up on a thread that Danielle noted, which is the FERC order language on making sure that there's tariff language in place to deter speculative load. And I just wanted to highlight, as I will in written comments too, the role of community choice aggregators in certain territories as the default generation provider, and the importance of ensuring that the PTO tariffs have sufficient transparency provisions in place to allow all of the stakeholders involved in serving these new loads to have a hand in the forecast. In particular, CCAs have relationships with cities and counties and permitting and siting information that can be very helpful in the forecast of these new loads. And, just want to urge, throughout that we're ensuring that there's adequate transparency to enable all parties to work together to make sure that we are excluding speculative loads from, being built in any potential costs related to them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Katie. We have no other questions in queue.
All right, with that, I will pass it on to Ibrahim to talk a little bit further about technical requirements.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Amber. Thanks, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. I'll go provide a summary of large load technical requirements for proposal that was posted on June 15th. So the kind of overall timeline is here, as Daniel mentioned at the beginning. The Large Load Technical Requirement Work Group, or LLTRWG, was formed in October last year. But CAISO and the utilities that were working on large load interconnection to the transmission system at the time, we kind of created this group. And although I'm making the presentation today, I want to acknowledge the effort by the entire work group that continued to support this initiative and took us so far and into future. So since the group was formed in October last year, initially for first few months, we worked on how we are going to come up with these technical requirements to be able to ensure system reliability. So review of other utilities practices and preparing a study plan, type of studies we're going to perform, and how any other requirements are applicable to CAISO system and so forth. That was for the first few months. And then on March 10th, there was a kind of a stakeholder update meeting. We went through how we're going to come up with these requirements, the initial preliminary thoughts around any of those. And also every utility provided an update on the large load interconnections in their system that they were working on from a technical requirement perspective, how they are studying and so on. And after that, we continue to implement based on the study plan. And on June 15th, the technical requirements for proposal was posted on the CAISO website. And the proposal, those who had a chance to review it, has 7 requirements specifically proposed. And there are additional areas that are identified to further work to be done on those in the STAR proposal. So I'll go through that today. But as we are all here, a couple of things happened since June 15. One, of course, was FERC order to show cause came out later, and we went through details of that today. And also, in parallel, NERC computational load standard drafting team was working on. And earlier today, they posted a number of draft standards related to computational load for comments. That's posted today for comments. So going forward, the work that LLTRWG will be doing obviously will be coordinated, the FERC order to show cause, the components, technical components in it, as well as the NERC standards around that. Next slide, please. So a few points I want to make here that with the scope and objective of our group is we want to develop kind of a technical requirement baseline standard or requirements that focuses on reliability. The intent is if large loads meet those technical requirements, we can be sure the reliability of the system will not be impacted. There was a question earlier about, fast ramp, they may go from like 5% to 95% in less than a second and so on. And how you can put some parameters around that kind of ensure system remains reliable as these large load operate. So, however, these baseline requirements, depending on the size and characteristic of a project, as they go through interconnection studies by PTOs, again, the characteristics, size, what is around them, like other generators and so on and so forth. There may be additional requirements that they need to meet, but this gives us, again, a general framework. The second point here is, although large load is not defined yet, or the definition is being worked on, the focus here, mostly on the STRA proposal on technical requirement, is the computational load, is like data center load, conventional data center, AI training data center, and so forth. That's we are focusing on. And the other point is that as we saw today, there are broader other aspects to large load like market participation, planning, supply adequacy, and many other things that are addressed in other processes. The focus on our group is just on the reliability, how we can ensure the reliability. And finally is on kind of implementation on these requirements. So when we formed a group last October, the intent was let's come up with the technical requirements that reliability is the focus. And then how and where these will be documented and enforced will be determined later. As it happened, the FERC order to show cause came out, and some of those requirements will be captured in CAISO tariff, PTO tariff. There are other requirements that are not specifically mentioned, at least in current order, that will be implemented or enforced in perhaps the business practice manual or interconnection handbook and so on and so forth. So those are the discussions that will continue to happen, but the focus of the group is what requirements they need to meet to ensure reliability. Next slide, please. So with that background, I'll go through the requirements. The STAR proposal has two sections. One is proposed technical requirements. There is a proposal for those. And then in the STAR proposal, we talk about the rationale, why we came up with that, and what is the industry practice and so on. So I go through those 7, and then we stop for questions on any of those, and then go from there. Next slide, please. So before going through detail, kind of a snapshot of those 7, the top 4 is mostly related to how a larger facility behaves electrically from when a frequency disturbance or voltage disturbance happens in the system or a fault happens, how they recover, and or during normal operation. It's just the electrical performance of the facility. The 3 at the bottom on monitoring and telemetry, Amber mentioned on visibility, what kind of visibility we need for different objectives, right? Operation, day-to-day operation of the system, or other aspects of system performance or the facility performance and so on. Modeling data focuses on accurate representation of the system of the large load, so then we can evaluate its impact. And commissioning is about what we studied and what was built, how close they are, and that's the kind of focus of that requirement. So I'll go through those in kind of one by one, and we'll stop at the end for any questions. Next slide, please. So the first one is frequency right through. The main objective here is that when we have a large concentration of data center load, we want them to remain connected and right through frequency disturbances that the system is designed to stand. If the system is withstanding those events and generator resources are withstanding, we want this load to be remain connected. There are some technical details I'll touch high level. Is that the frequency measurement, we don't want to instantaneous frequency measurement causing a kind of a decision. So we want that to be kind of an average measurement over a number of cycles. Although these values are somewhat similar to NERC PRC 29 that are designed for generation, it's not like the group decided to pick anything was for generation applied to load. It went through some evaluation, some review process, what other entities are doing before proposing that to be applied to large load. And the other point here is, although this is requirement to ride through those frequency events, however, if there are under frequency load shedding or some RAS or some other operational limitation, they will take kind of precedence. So an event happens and UFLS triggers and they're supposed to trip rather than meeting these requirements. Next slide, please. So voltage write-through is similar principle as frequency write-through. We want the load to remain connected as typical disturbances happen in the system. So the table, again, is similar for those involved in write-through evaluation studies. Is that a couple of them, they came out of detailed parametric dynamic studies that the group performed. One is the longer duration that are supposed to stand before when the voltage is below 0.9 per unit. So it's 6 seconds. So other entities may have kind of a requirements, could be a shorter time frame, 2 or 3. But the reason, again, is the study showed that in CAISO system, across the system, different entities, when a fault happens, the voltage could take some time to recover and come to within the normal range. So the requirement is for 6, if it happens for 6 seconds, they should remain connected. There are others that more detail are provided in this proposal. Next slide, please. So post-fault active power recovery, or PFAPR, is a term very specific to large load facilities. And the reason for that is kind of the characteristic is very unique to those, is that from the load customer perspective, when they have UPS or when they have backup generation, when some disturbance happens in the system and they transfer that load to that backup system, that meets their objective, which is continuing the computational process. But from the grid perspective, if some of these like 500 megawatt or 1,000 megawatt facility, suddenly they see a disturbance and they transfer entire load to backup generation or UPS, then what this grid sees is the loss of 500 or 1,000 megawatt of load. And the issue becomes kind of more severe when you have a number of these facilities in close proximity, that you may lose a significant amount of load due to a voltage disturbance, as we all saw a number of events across US resulting in some significant load drop. So basically, this proposal says that if something disturbance happens in the system, and then as soon as that disturbance is clear, the fault is clear, and the voltage recovers to 0.9 per unit, then the load from the grid, the facility should restore at least 90% of pre-disturbance grid supply active power, how much they absorb from the grid, within 3 seconds. That 3 seconds is somewhat could be different. Some other entities which are smaller, they may ask for 1 second or 2 seconds. But our study shows that if they recover within 3 seconds, all the performance standards are within the range, expected range. So this requirement is a kind of aggregate at POI. We are not going to recommend what should be in the facility or different, how UPS should respond, and so on and so forth. Main thing is what they are absorbing from the grid should meet these so that the reliability will not be impacted. Next slide, please. Ramp rate limit. This is, again, goes back to the question earlier that especially with AI training data centers, the general knowledge is that they can go from the small percentage of the load to a large percentage within a very short period of time. So this requirement we have here, ramp limit, is related to kind of sustained change, and is measured over a 10-minute rolling interval. It's not instantaneous. It's just over 10 minutes, the average change of power should be limited to 20 megawatt per minute. For this specific requirement, there are kind of 2 reliability consideration around it. One is the regulation reserve. So in real-time operation, they need to have regulation to continuously balance load and generation. So if this ramp rate is too high, then it needs, managing that level of fast ramping with regulation could be a challenge. So by putting this limit, we have some kind of a parameter to know what's the maximum regulation is needed. The other aspect is frequency. So when the load ramps, by the time regulation is dispatched and responds to that load, there would be a change in system frequency, which is an interconnection-wide. It impacts potentially the entire interconnection. So if the variation is too quick and it's too large, then it may result in system frequency drop to a point that may entire generation fleet in vacuum starts responding to that. And and that's not something desirable, the load changing CAISO system resulting at that big of a change in the system. These are kind of a two driving factor to pick that limit. And I want to mention that this is not the only limit on kind of variation. We know that a 10-minute average is not capturing second by second. That could be significant, or a high frequency cycle and low frequency cycle is not for that. It's for the reasons mentioned earlier. On the other ones we discussed later. On
Thanks, Ibrahim. We do
one.
have a couple of questions in queue after you're done with the slide.
Okay, sure. The last thing I want to mention on this slide is that this 20 megawatt per minute is in line with other entities like ERCOT or Southern Company. They are using similar ramp limit. Other entities, depending on the size, they may have slightly less, like 10 or slightly higher. But that's the number we are proposing to use. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Our first hand is from Pushkar.
Pushkar Wagle, Finance CI on behalf of BIMAX and CCSF. Hey, Ibrahim, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, great presentation so far on these pretty complicated issues, but the requirements that you included, I'm sure that they will produce a validated power flow, dynamic, and then we'll get into a little bit the EMT load models. Will, as part of this process, CAISO is sort of committing to incorporating these large loads models, including the ride through, the PFAPR, and the ramp behavior that you talked about, into an annual TPP base cases and planning standards, so that these load-driven network needs are assessed sort of system-wide rather than only through the project-specific PTO studies? Because every time we have this discussion, I want to know what is done on the system level versus for what you're relying on the PTO specific studies.
Thanks for the question, Pushkar. I just want to mention that the answer is yes, is that as part of this work group, we provide, this is again more detail. There is a model for the data center load called PERC-1, right? So, and that was recommended in NERC Level 3 alert to be used in the studying of data center loads. What we did is that as part of the ongoing TPP, 26, 27 TPP, all the CEC forecast that includes a data center load, all the data center loads in that forecast are modeled based on PERC-1 model for data center load. And the parameters that we use for those are in line with is proposed in this straw proposal. So across the system, anywhere that we have that kind of load, that's how it's modeled, even in the ongoing TPP cycle, to, again, evaluate what is their impact, and if they meet these requirements, is that sufficient, or we need to have kind of refine those.
That's fantastic. That's really helpful. That's exactly what I was looking for. Another question on a couple of pages on the slides, the pages 35 and 36, and you're essentially requiring these large loads to ride through and recover, by at least 90% of the load within 3 seconds and so on. So I get this feeling that CAISO is sort of effectively assuming these loads behave as firm or on non-sheddable demand during disturbances. I'm just wondering, how does that assumption interact with planning? Like, does it increase model network upgrade needs? And how is it reconciled with this flexible load, the Pili and flip constructs that assumes that those load can be actually curtailed?
Thanks for the question, Pushkar. I think in the document we explained in more detail that if there is a UFLS or there is a RAS or operational limit that limits the kind of data center to a value, that is the number that that takes precedence. So what we have here is if for one reason or another they are allowed or they're operating to a value, and then a disturbance happens in the system, if there is no RAS or something, they're required to come back to pre-disturbance level. That's the kind of the intent. Yeah.
I see. Okay. I think that helps. I may need a little bit of more follow on this, but I think I follow what you're saying. Thanks for clarifying that. That's all I had in terms of what you covered so far. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Pushkar. We have 5 more hands in queue. We are at our lunchtime, so we'll take that after we're done with these hands, and we'll take we'll see how much time we have for lunch, so we can still come back at 1. Our next hand is from Alva.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Great. Thank you. This is Alva from PG&E. Just wondering about these first 4 characteristics. Would these, and I'm definitely not on the level of knowledgeability of Pushkar, but would these be addressed through some combination of various flavors of storage plus a control system, or they could be addressed in that way for a data center where the storage was not visible as storage to CAISO, but was simply an adjunct to the data center for purposes of meeting these requirements?
I think the intent was to not to prescribe what solution they need to implement, right? They, as you mentioned, they may have a battery for kind of a backup generation or for other reasons and so on. The intent is that to ensure reliability, they need to meet these requirements. How they decide to meet or how their facility is going to meet these requirements, I think we didn't kind of discuss those. However, again, battery is one technology. The eStatCom for some of those requirements is a technology or a combination of those. And it's an overall optimization kind of exercise, right? This overall objective, meeting these requirements and other aspects of backup generation and so on will determine what needs to be installed there.
And so it's really the visible load that you're seeing from the data center rather than the data center per se that's these requirements are on.
Exactly, right. If the data center is absorbing like 200 megawatt from the grid, visible to the grid, what's the behind the meter or in the facility? When the disturbance happens, they should go back to what it was doing before the disturbance, right? So that's
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Paula. Our next hand is from Carla.
Multiple data centers concentrated in the same area can create significant load loss events. Does CAISO model that cumulative regional risk before additional large loads are allowed to connect?
I try to answer it. Daniel, you may add to it. What is that? There are 2 set of studies. One is CAISO transmission planning studies that we study what is included in CEC forecast. And in that forecast, it could be connected to what we call different substations. But when we run our studies and a disturbance happens, number of those substations, they may see enough disturbance in voltage that may result on impact on large load. So and then our study may identify that those events, even there could be a potential impact on the system and how to mitigate it and so on and so forth as part of transmission planning process. The other studies is that utilities, PTOs perform load interconnection studies. They may actually see a larger volume of these loads concentrated in certain areas. And then based on what components of these technical requirements they have in their interconnection handbook and so on, they may see that what needs to be added to the system and so on, and what would be the impact of large concentration. So I don't know if I answer your question or anyone else wants to add to that, but that's kind of the two processes that look into that potential impact.
Okay, so those analyses, are they available to the local government or communities that could be affected? And then how is that cumulative regional risk accounted for before additional large loads connect?
From TPP perspective, as an open process, right? Results are already posted. The amount of data center load in the forecast, the reliability impact along with the overall process is already posted on CAISO website, will be shared with stakeholders in September and so on. But the large load interconnection process that PTO lead, I think that's a question for them, how that results is shared and so on.
Okay. In slide 37, is the 20 megawatt per minute limit evaluated for each facility individually, or do you also account for several large loads ramping at the same time within the same region?
This limit is for each facility, and the study showed that if number of facility in CAISO, if they all kind of disturbance happens and they all recover at this rate, the system can handle it effectively, right? So that's how we arrived at this number. However, in long term, one of the points mentioned earlier, in many requirements, we continue to monitor and evaluate as more and more data center load is connected to the system. But in long term, if there is a significant volume of it, we may revisit these numbers. But currently, the short answer to your question is each facility is limited to this number and not the aggregate.
So individually, could multiple facilities, each meeting that individual limit, still create a significant combined reliability event?
Not at this point. So based on the volume that we studied, based on the projection in next 5 to 10 years, how much is included in the forecast, and also it's kind of geographic kind of distribution across the system. We don't expect that will be an issue in the kind of near term.
Okay. And then my last question are for slide 39, and I don't know my question is, should I wait to ask that question until after lunch, or is this an appropriate time to ask it?
I'm okay, but I leave it to Yelena how to proceed.
If we're here, that's fine.
Okay. After the system impact studies showing how large loads affect the surrounding grid available to local governments or the public, and I think you mentioned that that's going to be provided, or something will be provided in September to the public. Is that the same thing?
I think anything related to CAISO transmission planning process, it's will be shared with stakeholders. But anything specific on individual projects, which is managed by PTOs, that is, again, I leave it to them how those will be communicated or the results will be shared. But what I mentioned earlier was regarding CAISO transmission planning process, which has a stakeholder meeting next month.
Okay. Those were all my questions. Thank you so much. Just one comment, where specifically can the public access those studies? Because I've gone on the website and I can't find them. So that's my last question. Thank you.
Okay, I can send you the link it's going to be the 2026-2027 transmission planning process, and I can share the link in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Carla. Our next hand is from Eddie.
Yes, Eddie Dudashki from Pars Energy. data centers create lots of harmonics because of how the GPUs operate. And to capture those harmonics, they put in lots of capacitors. So the net effect is basically a data center, it generates reactive power that's injected to the grid. And those standards of PRC 24 and 29 may not exactly fit, maybe a good fit for data centers. So my question is, are you guys asking, or would you be asking them to put in additional facilities so that they would comply with that?
Thanks for the question, Eddie. Absolutely, what you just mentioned is one of the areas that the team is thinking about. And I'll go through a couple of slides later about the technical requirements under development. One of the areas is what you just mentioned, harmonics, flicker, rapid voltage change, harmonics, frequencies, and so on and so forth. We are thinking about it, and the idea again is rather than defining what they need to install in the system, filters or any other, is that from grid perspective, what we want them to, how we want them to perform, and then what they install in their facility is a kind of, again, optimization, right? What set of facilities is optimum for meeting all the requirements, including the ones that you just mentioned.
I personally think that data centers are going to be high impact facilities. Okay. And as it was mentioned earlier, you may want to, in your studies, consider multiple data centers, all doing training, and to see what the impact on the grid would be. So my thought is that you want to maybe limit the number of data centers by regions, by zones, or whatever you may have. Also, it would be helpful, just like in cluster 15, if you would create a heat map that, these areas are suitable and have capacity for data centers, and these areas are not. So that the developer would have some sort of idea where they would go to put in their data set. Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie, for the comments. I appreciate if you provide written comments, then broader group we discuss those and provide response to those. That would be great.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Thanks, Eddie. We have one last hand from Jerry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jerry.
Yes, we can.
Okay, Jerry Melcher, Public Advocate Office. Been tracking quite a few activities, and the one that comes up right now is NERC Project 2026-02 computational loads and the WEC computational loads requirements working group. I don't see any references in this activity to those two activities, and if you could comment on your alignment of your technical requirements with those two.
I think this initiative started last October, before those initiatives were they started. However, in the straw proposal and later in the slides, I mentioned that we continue to closely monitor any NERC Project 2026-02. Like earlier today, they posted draft standards for comment, right? The team is monitoring that. We were monitoring FERC order to show cause and any technical component within it, and also what other entities are technical requirements they're posing. So the short answer is yes, we are aware of those, we are monitoring those, and we make sure anything we do here is either supporting those processes. Some of us are involved in those drafting teams, and anything we are proposing is in alignment with those. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you. And we have a couple of questions in the chat. We have a question from Denton Tekuste saying, curious whether all 7 proposed requirements apply regardless of load size, or if there's a megawatt threshold below which some wouldn't apply. Is a 50 megawatt load held to the same ramp rate and ride-through requirements as 500 megawatts, or will project-specific requirements become the primary sizing mechanism?
That's a good question. Then as we were developing these technical requirements, the work group was thinking it's a large data center load, right? But at that time, or even now, the large the threshold is not defined yet. So also another aspect is we put this as a kind of a baseline requirement and so on. However, PTOs, as they run load interconnection process and detail these studies, run these studies more detailed with more information, they may, add more additional requirement or more restrictive. But if there are ideas, if there are suggestions that you have, it would be great if you can provide it in your comments. So as we develop these, we make sure we are developing standards that are in requirements that are in line with the industry. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Ibrahim. Okay, there are no other questions or hands in queue. We are going to take our lunch. Oh, we have a hand from Natalie. Okay, we'll take this one hand and then we'll go to lunch. Go ahead, Natalie.
Okay, just a follow-up emphasis of what's just being said. So Natalie Johnson-Barrack again, electricity floating solar developer. So about the computational load, could it be considered?
So you're breaking off a little bit. It's not for me or everyone. You're breaking off a little bit.
Yeah, I can't really hear.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, could we have your contact details as well, Ibrahim? Because it could be useful as well to have like a heat map for a computational load as well. That could be interesting for us.
I think I only heard a request for contact information, but I couldn't hear the rest of the comment.
Okay, thank you. I put in the chat.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. We can follow up with that. We just got one more hand from Will. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify. At the moment, it seems like the curtailment that would be enforced on a non-firm interconnected large load. Are we expecting that curtailment to be defined by the transmission owner or the ISO? Seems like the transmission owner.
Yes.
I guess Daniel or Bill is your question. Yeah, please.
I think that's accurate. If you're talking about the Philly and the flip proposals, yes.
Okay, and is there the risk that the transmission owner is not able to, for example, if the constraint is in a neighboring territory, that there is a need to curtail the non-firm component of the load due to a constraint or an issue that the transmission owner isn't able to identify themselves and can only be identified by the ISO?
I mean, it's like you have to think about the entire interconnection process and then what type of curtailment would be identified for what type of contingency. And it seems unlikely that we would, that there would be a contingency we're worried about on another system then that would enable the generator to not have all its network upgrades completed, like usually, and in fact, if there is an affected system constraint, it's the affected system itself that is identifying the network upgrades necessary to mitigate the impact on it, which, wouldn't be the curtailability, if that makes any sense.
I think so. So to confirm, you're suggesting that those types of issues would be screened out prior to planning, and they might prevent the non-firm component being offered to the data center due to the link contingency being in a neighboring system, for example.
Yeah, I think that's right. It seems an unlikely, if not impossible, hypothetical.
Okay, thanks. And that was Will with Camus Energy, Will McKay. Okay, we have a hand from Susan Schneider.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I know we're all trying to get to lunch, but just a question based on the Camus question before. So I think, Bill, what you were saying is that the affected system would identify if there were any issues with the affected system that could impact the affected system. And even if the PTO gave permission to have one of these Philly or Phillips or Flips arrangements, the affected system doesn't have to consent to that. So they could still require that their upgrades be finished before the load would operate.
That's certainly how it works. I mean, yes, that is what I'm saying. That is how it works on the generator connection side. I do
Yes.
want to clarify, however, that this is all PTO tariff, PTO study, CAISO kind of minimal involvement here. So if developers have specific interconnections they have in mind and affected system issues they have in mind, they should direct those questions to the PTOs.
And then the PTOs handle all the affected system issues for the loads? Or they would? For these large loads?
I mean, any affected system impact would be handled through the PTO load tariff, yes.
Okay, and so the PTO load tariff then, I mean, I guess I'm still back at my question, but maybe I would have to ask this to a PTO, but my question would be then if the affected system identified impacts and even if the load is given permission under, say, a Philly system to operate, the affected system could still say no until their upgrades were done if they felt that was important. Is that right?
That's probably right. I mean, it's kind of, electric industry law, and certainly captured in NERC standards that, one BAA, one area isn't allowed to, have negative reliability impacts on another.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
Okay.
Okay, thanks everyone. We are going to take our lunch break and we will be returning at 1 p.m. and we will be coming back to this same slide section here. All right, have a nice lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, it is currently 1 p.m. and we are going to be returning back to this meeting. Thank you, Stacy. If you can pull up slide 37. And we will hand it back to Ibrahim.
Thanks, Yelena. I guess can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I guess we'll continue the discussion where we stopped. I think we discussed in earlier slides on kind of electrical requirement on ramp rate, frequency right through, voltage right through, and the PF, post-fault active power recovery, that were kind of electrical performance of the facility. In the next few slides, we'll talk about monitoring, modeling, and commissioning. So next slide, please. So on monitoring and telemetry, obviously any device connected to the system, load generation, or any component, they will have some sort of monitoring and telemetry for a variety of reasons. But specifically when it comes to this large data center facilities, because there is not a lot of operational experience of how these data center load perform, or especially if they are in AI training mode, how do they perform? High resolution monitoring becomes a kind of even more critical component. We've done all the studies, we've seen how they perform, we did the assessment. But the question is when they start operation in the system, how they are what is their operational characteristic. For that, we need high resolution monitoring, and again, other aspects for different reasons. So the way the proposal is that we are requiring PMU, DFR, and SCADA data. And the thinking is that PMU and SCADA will be streamed to transmission owner, is just continuously measured and streamed to transmission owner. And the thinking is that SCADA is used for many reasons. PMU specifically could be used for event analysis, if there is any oscillation, if there is any impact on nearby generation, and so on and so forth, is in real time could be monitored rather than information requested later, post-event, and so on. With regards to digital fault recorder, which is very high resolution data, I mean, streaming is just too much data. The proposal is it will be monitored and measured and will be stored and will be provided upon request. Doesn't have to be streamed. And the data should be maintained for 30 days and should be provided within 10 days. Kind of those are the duration we are using in IVR as well. So that's the proposal. One distinction here is many of these large load facilities, they have multiple what we call main power transformer. It's not like one transformer going from 500 to the low voltage or 230. There are, in some cases, 5, 6, many main power transformers. So rather than asking for this high resolution data at the POI, which is aggregate of everything, it's hard to kind of understand what deeper in the system is causing that potential behavior. The proposal is to have these values, these devices installed for each main power transformer. So we could see, depending on the equipment installed at the low side, we have a better understanding of performance. There was a comment earlier about NERC standards. So we discussed it, they posted earlier today for comments. This is one of the areas, there's a lot of components discussed already in the NERC standards. And then as we move forward, we're going to review those and see how they evolve and how the final version is going to look like. And based on those, we may kind of revise what's in the technical requirements so that we are not duplicating something, or we focus on if there is anything additional would be needed. That's on monitoring. Next slide, please. So filling data requirement, I guess those who are involved in interconnection studies, this is very familiar topic. But basically, again, when it comes to a large data center load, because there is not a lot of operational experience around it, it's modeling becomes even more critical. So typically, power flow dynamic and short circuit data is provided, especially if large load, they have UPS or kind of generation, on-site generation, and so on and so forth. That data is needed to properly assess their performance. On dynamic, we mentioned earlier, NERC, there is a dynamic model for data center load called PERC1, PERC1. That's what we use in TPP studies, and we continue to monitor these updated models are available. That's we're going to use in our studies. And I'm assuming load interconnection studies done by PTOs, they use similar models for those. The only additional kind of another component which for some of the data center loads could be critical is EMT models. So we said EMT if applicable. The reason for that is, again, the characteristic of the load, and if there are nearby generators that could be impacted by that, we are going to need EMT models to be able to assess the impact of those loads on nearby generators, or even nearby IBRs or anything else, or them interacting with each other. Two large facility in relative proximity, EMT model may be needed. Then it's just a lot of that depends on detailed load interconnection studies performed by PTOs, right? They may ask for some of these models early on, and then as the study progresses, different phases, they may ask more and more detailed models to be provided. And the idea is not like a one-time submission. The models are submitted, and then it's just as project goes further into design process and more information becomes available, more and more detailed models will be provided. Next slide, please. The last one that for which we have a kind of proposed requirement in the STRA proposal is on commissioning. Commissioning basically closes the loop between what was studied, the assumptions, the models, and so on, versus what was actually built and installed and is operating. So the proposal at a very high level is based on IEEE 2800 for generators. At a high level, the proposal is that before energization, the interconnection customer provides a commissioning and testing procedure to a transmission owner. So what tests they're going to perform and what they're going to monitor, how they're going to document it, and all of that, the kind of commissioning and testing plan. And transmission owner reviews, comments, they may add tests to it, or they may add monitoring elements to it, and so on and so forth. So, and then during the commissioning, stage 2 is verify facility behavior. So by having those PMU, DFR, SCADA data, they monitor during commissioning if the load profile, ramp rate, variability, all the aspects that was assumed in the models in the study phase, how do they compare with actual installed facility. Also, validate models is another aspect of it. So any models we discussed earlier, the model parameters, do they align with what's installed? And step 4 is the commissioning results. So will be compiled and kind of some sort of documentation that there was a commissioning plan at the beginning. Commissioning tests were done at the end. What was observed, what and any aspect of commissioning to be highlighted will be provided to TO upon request. I think the request is perhaps based on size and how critical it was, and did it need EMT studies and so on. They may require to see a commissioning type of report to verify the behavior and the models and so on. One aspect we say resolve gaps in the green box there is about what if it doesn't? What if the facility performance doesn't align with the model assumptions or the characteristic provided in the interconnection phase? I think it depends on how significant the difference is and in what area there is a difference, right? So it may require a corrective action plan. It may require operational limitation, additional studies, and so on and so forth. The bottom line is, does the as-built facility perform similar to what was studied? And depending on the nature and how big the gap is, at that point will be decided how to address the issue. Again, commissioning in general is important, but with regards to these facilities, that there is not a lot of operational experience. Knowing, comparing the actual facility performance with the models, it's become even more critical than other components connected to the system. I guess this is the last one of 7 that we have a proposed technical requirement. I don't know, Yelena, if there's any question on these, or we're going to pause before we proceed to the other ones.
Yeah, thanks, Ibrahim. We have a couple of hands in queue. The first hand is from Susan.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I'm going to apologize in advance if these are stupid, not engineer questions, but do these large loads end up in somewhere in the CAISO full network model?
I assume so, yes. I think if they're connected to the system, they will be modeled in KAISO
Okay.
models.
And if they're required to go through the KAISO queue, for example, if they're discharging energy into the grid at some of the time, do they have to go through, does the facility like this have to, that maybe has the generation and load together, does it have to go through the new resource implementation process?
This is Bill, I can jump in. So for a co-located load and generation, yes, it'd be the exact same process as today. I think currently for a standalone load, right, that didn't need to go through any KAISO process, there isn't a requirement, certainly, that they go through a new resource implementation process, except whatever equivalent the PTO might have on its side.
Right, that's what this goes through here, basically.
Yeah. And I also
Okay.
don't think it's currently contemplated that the large loads individually would be in the network model.
Okay, all right. And if they have generation. Oh,
The STRA proposal has a pretty detailed section about what operational, metering, et cetera, data we would get from the PTO through its interconnection study process, and what ongoing data we would get from the load serving entity scheduling coordinator, but there's not much required from the large load itself.
Okay, all right, thanks for that clarification.
I'm going to look and see if Trisha is on and wants to add anything to that. She may need to
And Trisha,
be.
if she's on as an attendee, if you raise your hand, we can unmute you. Okay, yeah, Trisha, go ahead.
Hey, so I just wanted to say we're working through those operational modeling requirements right now. I'm a director of operational readiness, and so the team that coordinates the model scoping and things like that, both for NRI and in coordination with the utilities, is under my team. So what we're looking at is assuming, let's say these are out of market, non-participating kind of large load. If they're transmission connected, we are likely to include those modeling requirements and have the utilities submit those to us through like their normal kind of transmission maintenance submissions to us. So anytime they have any kind of projects, then we would start including that criteria that we need for adding to our operational model, as well as like real-time telemetry requirements, other things that the forecasting team may need in terms of schedules and other information would all be added to that data specification. And you can see an example of what we do in those data specifications publicly posted on our website under our operating procedures. We'd follow probably a very similar format to like what we do right now with like an IRO 10 request from the RC or a TOP3 request from the BATOP.
Okay, so basically they would go through almost like as a distribution process or transmission line process to get into the full network model.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thanks, that's helpful.
Thanks, Susan. Our next hand is from Eddie.
Yes, Eddie, actually Pars Energy. I wanted to make a number of clarifications. A data center could be anywhere from 50 megawatts to 5,000 megawatts. And on the larger ones, they are occupied by multiple end users. Like this could be Verizon, could be Walmart, could be Meta, could be Microsoft, and each have their own training schedules, and they're not coordinated. So I am not sure, by doing a testing or something like that, you could validate their model. My suggestion is actually to develop a model and use that in your studies that somehow reflects, an average condition of the data center. The other issue has to do with the data centers requires a lot of cooling and air conditioning, and often those are served by a retail service separate from the interconnection. It may or may not be connected to the same substation, so you want to make sure that you don't account for those loads in your interconnection studies. And the other point is that data centers require a 34.5 kV service voltage. So you may have 24, 48 34.5 kV transformers, and those are the ones that are used to distribute power to the actual data center operation of GPUs. So this is just some clarifications.
Thanks, Eddie, for your comments. I tried to capture those. I appreciate if you provide those comments in the as you submit your comments, include those. That would be great.
Will do. Thanks.
Thanks, Eddie. We have one more hand. It's from Carla.
Thank you, Carla Lobo, Monterey County. My connection was kind of bad, so I don't know if this question has already been asked and answered. So my apologies in advance. If a large data center is already operating and it later fails these technical requirements, can you or the transmission owner require it to reduce its load or stop operating until the program is corrected?
I think if you look at the NERC draft standards, there are some kind of consideration around that component. Obviously, there's an implementation plan, and going forward, facilities need to meet those requirements. But I think going back, if it is, I think it's going to be kind of on case-by-case basis. If a facility is going to impact on reliability and it was kind of connected in the past, I think there would be some studies or some process to address the issue. And then what would be the mitigation based on corrective action plan, operation limits, and so on and so forth will be determined on a case-by-case basis. These are just some thoughts. We haven't any process in place or any requirement regarding the facilities that are in place already if they don't meet these technical requirements. But those are some thoughts in the industry, how to manage it going forward.
Okay. Since that essentially hasn't been developed yet, and it will most likely sound like it would be on an individual basis, who pays for any additional infrastructure or mitigation required to correct the problem? The large load customer or existing ratepayers? Or is that something that also is still in the developmental stage and a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, this is Bill Weaver. I can go back to and address the initial issue too, which is, I mean, it's incredibly rare that, a large load of this size or a generator would, I guess, fail to comply and actually create reliability issues. I mean, the examples of that happening where action was required in the electric industry, are very rare, given the risks involved are just so substantial that everyone takes this very seriously. But there are, obviously, all these requirements are in the CAISO tariff, the PTO tariffs, and in the individual interconnection customers, or in this case, large loads, interconnection agreement, which is an enforceable contract, including between the parties and the regulator. FERC or the Public Utility Commission can be brought in if we think there's a substantial or frequent non-compliance. But again, those instances are very rare, and if anything did get worse, they could always take extreme measures of opening the breaker and disconnecting. But that's just, I'm not aware of that really happening anywhere at any time, because it's in everyone's interest to comply. As far as the cost allocation question that you're getting into, generally it's ratepayers only pay for those upgrades that the ratepayers specifically benefit from, which are networked facilities, well beyond the interconnection customer's point of interconnection. There has to be a benefits test, as it were, to ensure that ratepayers are only paying for those costs that are commensurate with their own benefits. So usually everything that is here on this side of the loads facility, the load pays for specifically.
Okay, thank you. So just out of abundance of caution, would you say that because this is such a benign situation that may not always happen, that there may not be something created for this, or will there be some sort of pamphlet or some sort of plan in place if something were like this were to happen? Because what I'm asking is someone already operating and then later fails these technical requirements, and what safeguards are in place that if they are failed for some reason and human error happens, what are those mitigating plans? Or is that something that, because it doesn't happen so often, it's not thought about on a larger scale?
No, certainly it's thought about. It's here at the CAISO, it's generally all we think about is the reliability of the system, and the transmission owners and distribution operators take that responsibility more seriously than any other responsibility. And so it's all of our work every single day. And I mean, to go through all the measures that we think about to maintain reliability, would take the rest of the day. And if anyone's interested in, having a tour here of the CAISO, we're happy to, provide, look at the control room, and you can see all the various things that we do to keep track of that. But I mean, more than anything, as grid operators, we're watching the frequency, because that's, the canary in the coal mine for any grid reliability event. And we have, multiple measures we can take to ensure that the frequency stays at 60 hertz and supply and load are balanced.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Carla. Our next hand is from Jerry.
Hi, Jerry Melcher, Public Advocate Office. Not sure how this factors in, but the most recent PJM data center incident, where they dropped 3 gigawatts of load, representing 3% of their system load at the time, is problematical from the point of view that they're all, operational, and we will certainly have that same scenario. The data centers get built out in the Bay Area. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of that. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. As you mentioned, for future, we are putting the voltage right through and post-fault active power recovery so that those events won't happen. But with the existing, that whatever is connected already, I think parallel with IBRs or renewable resources, a few years ago, there was some concept of momentary cessation that was discovered that during the interconnection studies was not there and so on. And eventually industry realized the momentary cessation of the IBRs is potentially a reliability risk. So there was an initiative between NERC, CAISO, which inventory of resources that have that issue, and came up with a plan how to, some of them is just software upgrade, some of them needed kind of more kind of hardware upgrade that could take time and so on. So if something like that to happen in CAISO, as Bill mentioned, reliability is top priority. We look at the kind of extent of the issue and range of potential mitigation, and then collectively decide how best to address them.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. There's no other hands in queue at this time.
Okay, thanks. So these are the 7 that we propose a requirement in the straw proposal. If you go to the next slide, there are a few kind of technical requirements that are under development, but the group was assessed that we are not at a point to define a requirement or kind of propose a requirement, but it is on radar. We continue to work on it, kind of a what kind of an insight into what will be coming as a requirement in future. You go to the next slide. So I discussed this kind of at a higher level. The two on low frequency cycling and high frequency cycling is related to load variability. We discussed earlier on a ramp rate kind of over a 10-minute period, there is a limit of 20 megawatt per minute proposed. Here, the first two is discussing how load variability could impact interaction of those with the rest of the system. Low frequency cycling is interaction on inter-area oscillation for those who run system-wide studies. It may cause inter-area oscillation, or it may amplify them. Typically in EPRI and other documentation is in the range of 0.1 to 5 hertz in that range. And then high frequency cycling is things happen in the 5 to 55 hertz, which could be the subsynchronous resonance issue. It could be subsynchronous torsion interaction, control interaction with IBRs, synchronous generators, series compensated lines, the whole host of issues depending on the level of those oscillations and proximity to other elements that are susceptible to negative impact. Those are in that range. So very recently, there are some documentation, EPRI, Southern Company, and so on, some suggestion around how to define limits for those. We continue to monitor those and will define requirement in kind of in future revisions. The next one is a constant power operation. Some of these, they have kind of controls that they make sure that enough power is provided to the IT processes. And then as the voltage drops, they increase the current, and that may result in negative impact to the system to result in further voltage drop. So we are working on can we define how to define it and so on and so forth. That's another area. Power quality. There was a discussion earlier about because of these variation of the load, we may see harmonics in the system, flicker, and characteristic harmonic, non-characteristic harmonic, and so on and so forth. So if the limits we are defining for low frequency high cycling and high frequency cycling, if they are not in and of themselves enough to prevent any other potential power quality issues, then we have to define some limits around those to make sure, again, harmonics, flicker, and so on will not be an issue for system operation. Power factor and dynamic reactive power on bottom left. There is already a requirement for power factor based on isotariff. If for a load, there is a range of power factor they need to meet. So that's our baseline, but we can look into further if there are very large kind of interconnections within that power factor. Maybe we need more kind of a smaller band and so on and so forth. And another aspect which could be even more important is a dynamic reactive power capability. Are we going to ask these large loads and not only how they perform with regards to real power variation, how much they do that? Is there any limit on their reactive power? So do they need to have kind of limitations on how fast their reactive power injection or absorption to the system could change, so that effectively results in them have a dynamic reactive support on their facility, so that from grid perspective, they are not causing voltage variation issue in the system. Another aspect is phase angle jump right through. We are working on it and aligned with that with protection. Is there any limit so that we have a right through requirement, and then at the same time we put these requirements and protection, how they can work together, so that meeting one will not result in kind of not meeting the other one, and so on, with the protection scheme in the system, and also phase angle jump right through. And the bottom right, emerging issues, is just something beyond these. It's just one. It could be number of issues that we may look at it as we learn more about the potential challenges or operation characteristics as an individual large load or as an aggregate, or within a large load could be number of different processes run at the same time. One topic it's written as common mode loss is that there could be kind of a network outage, not power grid outage or contingency or fault. It could be some processes that are performed in one area, and at the same time through internet or through IT connection, another facility maybe hundreds of miles away is performing kind of working on the same computational process. And then network outage may result in all of them at the same time, stop at the same time. And when there is no fault, no write-through requirement, and so on, how we can have visibility to that potential processes, and then how we can define some requirement around that so we're aware of it and we are ready just in case some common mode outage happens, and so on. So these are the ones that we'll be working on. And again, like anything else, we follow industry forums and industry initiatives on FERC and NERC reliability and so on to make sure we put requirements in place that balances reliability and fast implementation. Next slide, please. I guess at a high level, the next step, maybe mentioned a couple of times, is the first is stakeholder feedback. Thank you all for the questions and the comments, and appreciate if you can provide your assessment or your feedback on the proposed requirement, and also the areas is under development, how each of them we need to look at, and also if something, other areas that are not covered. So the next one is we'll continue, the group will continue the work, and some of the requirements based on your feedback or what we learned since June 15 that we posted these. We'll continue to refine those, and especially if operational experience, when these facilities go online from their operation, what we can learn. And the implementation alignment, implementation could be, again, some of it will be CAISO tariff, PTO tariff, interconnection handbook. Depending on the requirement, we'll discuss where it has to be kind of documented and enforced. And collectively, they will cover all the technical requirements. And the alignment is two initiatives are mentioned there. NERC Project 2026-02. We closely follow, participate, and monitor that process. And FERC order to show cause, the technical components in it, how CAISO and PTOs are addressing that in upcoming filing, and how they could be evolving in future. We look into that as well. I think that's my last slide. I can pause for any questions.
Yeah, we have two questions in the queue. The first one is from Carla.
Carla.
Carla, your audio got really choppy. We can't really hear you. Can you get into maybe a better location?
Yes. Can you hear me better now, or is it still?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. So it reliability risks that still don't have specific requirements. Can large data centers begin operating before you all establish standards for these issues, or will they?
Sorry, Carla, I got really choppy at the end. If there's a way you can add the second part of your question into the chat, we can answer that as well. I don't know if that was enough for Ibrahim to go off of.
I think if
I'll
they
just add
added
all of it to the chat. Is that okay?
that would be
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Pushkar's hand and then I'll read the question out loud in the chat.
Hey, Dan, this is Pushkar from CleanRCI. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I think what you've repeatedly flagged in this draw proposal on technical requirement that the electrically concentrated large loads basically magnifies those system impact. And I was wondering, in such areas, are you planning to conducting a sort of cumulative area-wide assessment of the concentrated large loads in the TPP, or only evaluating facilities individually through PTO studies? I think what you mentioned earlier gave me the impression that if it's part of the CEC adopted load forecast, then obviously you're studying it as part of the TPP. But otherwise, it sort of goes through the PTO studies. Is that right? Is that the correct characterization of it?
Yes, it is, Pushkar. Yeah. If it is in CSC forecast, all of it will be modeled in our study processes. With regards to PTOs, I think some of them, they have cluster process, some PTOs, PG&E, that they study the project as a cluster. So if a number of projects are in a certain area, they will kind of assess their impact. And I guess CAISO approach or is input to that process will be, it was discussed earlier on, on concurrence on the solutions and so on. As we review the study results and so on, it may be taken into account if there are large projects in close proximity, what the studies were performed and what were the results before concurring with the solution. That is potentially one area CAISO get involved.
Understood. What I was just wondering, then would you consider doing some sort of a high load, or I wouldn't call it high load, I would call it large load sensitivity in the TPP that aggregates some of those active load cluster requests, so that you perform that cumulative assessment. And the reason I'm talking about that is that would close the gap without waiting for the forecast cycle to catch up. Because what will happen is that, let's say in 25, 26 TPP, you have reviewed and concurred on certain aspect, not all these requirements that you're talking about or might be considered as part of the PTO studies. Now in 26, 27 TPP, you're considering the whole picture because all those load that was considered, presumably some of that load is already there in the 26, 27 TPP. So it takes a sort of at least a cycle to close that gap. I was wondering, just thinking about loud is whether it makes sense to perform at least the sensitivity, especially because of this. What is becoming clear to me is the primarily the issue is about the concentrated large load, issues in certain specific areas.
I think my initial reaction is, Pushkar, if you provide that written comment, as we discussed, how we can include that in potential sensitivity study in future, that would be great. Unless others, they have other comments.
So we'll do on our side. Right, go ahead.
Thanks, Pushkar.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pushkar. Our next hand is from Eddie.
Yes, Eddie Dadashi, Powers Energy. I have a question. Does CPUC have a role to ensure that some of these costs are not passed on to the regular customers in your process?
I mean, yes, the CPUC retains its existing role today of, being the regulator for retail rates.
Okay. So you'll be able to segregate the various costs, if they're not a beneficiary of a certain upgrade, you would be able to segregate that and present it to CPUC. Is that correct?
That's correct. That all of these prices all of these costs are earmarked, as it were, to identify, who triggered the cost and then identify the beneficiaries and the cost allocation. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Eddie. And I don't see the comments in the chat. We can try Carla again. Maybe the audio is improved. Carla, do you want to give that a try?
Sorry, it kept telling me I couldn't send a message or like on the text. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're sounding clear now.
Okay. So on slide 42, it identifies several reliability risks that still don't have specific requirements. Can large data centers begin operating before those established standards for these issues, or will these risks have to be addressed before they connect?
So, hi, Ibrahim.
No, go ahead, please.
These are technical requirements that are still being developed. So they are not currently in place. I would say that's the same as the case with this entire technical requirements straw proposal. So currently data centers are able to come online. That's not to say that they come online now without any consideration or study. These are just enhancements to the study to make sure that we're capturing all the potential reliability risks and operational risks associated with them.
Okay, and if that's the case, if they can come on, then what protects the grid and surrounding communities from those risks in the meantime, while this is being updated?
There are a host of other ISO policies under our tariff and PTO policies that are under their FERC approved tariffs that currently protect customers.
Are those relatively available, accessible to the community? And where can we find those?
I can't speak to the PTO's tariffs, but I think you could probably do a quick search. The ISO's tariff is available on our website.
Okay, awesome. And then my last question is for the cybersecurity and common mode risk. Are you evaluating what happens when multiple data centers in the same region rely on similar equipment, software, or control system and experience the same failure simultaneously?
That's the intent of the common mode, right? If equipment is electrical, will be covered in reliability studies like disturbance and so on. The common mode is referring to IT equipment. They all rely on, internet backbone for example. What if there's an outage on that backbone? Is it going to result in many facilities simultaneously lose that? They disappear from the grid, right? They stop the process. That's the area we are exploring common mode.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Carla. We have two more hands in queue. Next is Simon.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I wanted to make sure Eddie got a clear answer on the ask about the CPUC's involvement. Many of these costs, they're all FERC jurisdictional, so there'll need to be a determination as far as what ends up in the transmission revenue requirement to begin with. And I think there is some cost causation and determination to occur there. And then the costs that do flow through the TAC, whether it's to the local areas or whether it's through the regional high voltage TAC, those costs that do flow through to retail ratepayers, the CPUC has retail rate design authority there. But Eddie, I wanted to make sure that your question was clearly answered, that there is still, I think, some work to do and some determination pursuant to FERC's order to show cause here to determine well upstream at the transmission revenue requirement at FERC where costs get allocated. And all the CPUC does there is we're just interveners advocating on behalf of retail ratepayers at FERC. So there's that determination of who pays and what's reasonably included in revenue requirement to begin with. And then once things do flow through the transmission revenue requirement to retail customers, retail rate design is under the authority of the CPUC. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear. So thank you.
Thanks, Simon.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Simon.
that.
Thank you. We have one more hand in queue from Nritya.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
This is Nritya Guru from PG&E Transmission Planning. Thank you for the great presentation. I understand there are a lot of huge changes coming, and we may not have all the answers at this point. But I was trying to understand CAISO's proposal for co-location a little more, and I had some questions in that topic. Would a large load need to complete the PTO load study before they apply with a generator in the CAISO's process, or does CAISO envision this happening in parallel?
Great question. I think at this point, like prospectively, we view that happening in parallel. But if there's a co-located load where the load is already being studied and it wants to add a generation component, that generation component could come into the ISO generator interconnection queue at that point that it's identified. Actually, though, if we are saying that they have to come in together, so they would have to be studied and considered together.
And when CAISO is looking at co-located facilities, would there be any caveats for the sizes, as in whether there can be a net import or a net export?
I think we're suggesting that anything that is exporting would have to be a part of our generator interconnection queue. Anything that's exporting at all, regardless of net. But I'll see if Bill wants to weigh in.
Yeah, but certainly the point of the co-location, a co-location study is to enable the developer to give us, the aggregate, the net impact on the grid so that its assigned network upgrades, reflect that real operational reality.
Got it. So CAISO would then be studying the net impact. So then I know you said that the facility or the application cannot remove the load once they've been studied together. Are they able to downsize their load?
That would be a modification.
Well, I mean, that's the load is all handled through the PTO tariff. So it's a question back to you yourself. It wouldn't be dictated by our tariff.
Yes, I think the scenario I was looking at was if initially they had a net export where the generator was much larger than the load. And then if there is a possibility for the IC to, sorry, the other way around. First, the load is much larger than the generator and there's a net import. But then the IC goes back and reduces their load size, and now we have a net export. So that could change the study results. So I was wondering if that would be permitted.
It didn't seem possible to me simply because what you started with didn't require a CAISO interconnection study, and then you moved into something that would. So it's really like the modification didn't happen until it hit the CAISO tariff in the first place.
Oh, so if I have like 100 megawatt load and a 50 megawatt generator, even if I want that to be market participating, I do not need a CAISO application for this generator?
No, that's not, I mean, anything that's going to be CAISO participating or that is going to export and be directly interconnected to the transmission grid rather than only serving the on-site load triggers a CAISO interconnection request.
Okay, so once I have that request in, if I wanted to reduce that load to 30 megawatt, would I be able to do that?
Again, it's a question back to you yourself because you're asking about the load study, which the PTO performs, not the CAISO.
Okay.
I think I need to hypotheticals that we're trying to. We do want to have a comprehensive tariff policy, but if you have hypotheticals that you want to run past us, it probably is helpful to go through them in comments as well.
Okay, sure. The last question I had was, in the straw proposal, there was a line that current generation interconnection study results would not be able to reflect a combined configuration. But PTOs can study the load requests from generators that are in queue. So I was wondering what that meant. Does that mean the generators are still responsible for the network upgrades they're tagged with and there will be no changes to that? Is it just that, or is it that they're just not able to add any loads?
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm following the question or what part you're referring to, but I mean, if PG&E has specific questions, it can discuss them with us or include them in its comments.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
Thank you, Nitya. There are no other hands in queue. Okay, anything else, Ibrahim, to wrap up this
No.
section?
No, that's
Okay,
all.
thanks so
Thanks,
much.
everyone. Back to you. Yeah,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide. So our next step here is continued coordination with the state energy agencies, as well as weekly coordination discussions with the PTOs. And we are continuing the expedited stakeholder initiative to work through the details for the ISO tariff. And our plan is to complete the stakeholder initiative by September 2026 to be considered by the Board of Governors in October. So the straw proposal comments are due 2 weeks from now. We're giving the first week to receive comments from the PTOs, and then the second week, so between August 26th and September 2nd, for you to submit your comments through the initiative tool there on our initiative page. I see a hand from Susan Schneider. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just had a question, Danielle, about the schedule, because it seems like there's still a number of areas where things are still under development. And if you're going to be completing this in September, which is in, a week and a half or so, I'm just wondering
Silas, if we
what
can go
does-
to the next slide, please, we can just, let's look at the
Okay.
schedule all together, and then we can talk about it that way.
Okay, I apologize. I want to steal your thunder there.
Oh, no, that's perfect. Yeah, we can talk about it together.
Okay, so you're gonna be you have the workshop on the 19th. You're gonna post the draft final proposal on September 21st. And is that going to include, I guess that's my question. There are a number of things we talked about today that seem like they're still under development, and especially on the technical requirements in some of the other areas. Do you expect those to be complete by September, by third week in September?
That is our goal. So yes, we
Okay.
do. For the ISO
Okay.
portion of the tariff and what's being proposed, the September 21st deadline is our deadline for getting a pretty complete and comprehensive proposal, at least on the ISO tariff changes to stakeholders for additional discussion. As you can see, there is some time after the stakeholder workshop for comments from stakeholders, as well as potential refinements, but those refinements are going to have to be pretty minimal because we will not have much time to turn things around to take them to the board. So we will expect to have that draft final proposal be pretty complete and comprehensive for the ISO portion. The PTOs are also on the same FERC filing timeframe as the ISO. So the expectation is that they will also file on November 16th, but they don't have the same stakeholder process or internal approvals. They don't have to go to the board essentially on October 28th. So we're working to provide as much transparency to stakeholders as possible on how this all comes together between the ISO's tariff changes and the PTO's tariff changes. And just hope to be able to get a little farther along, or a lot farther along, by September 21st.
Okay, are you expecting sometime between October 28th and November 16th to circulate for the CAISO draft tariff language?
Maybe.
Firm yes, because we have to stakeholder that tariff language before we file in November. So yes.
Okay, because sometimes I know that with compliance filings, that doesn't always happen, but this seems like some new things here. And so, yeah, okay. All right. Well, good. We'll know when to look for it then. Okay. Thanks for the clarifications.
Thanks, Susan. And we'll get that tariff language stakeholder meeting on the calendar as well. One thing I did want to note on here that it does not say is that the September 28th stakeholder workshop on the draft final proposal will be hybrid. So you'll have an opportunity to come and discuss that in person if you would like and participate that way. We have a couple more hands in queue. Next hand is from TJ.
Yes, hi. I wanted to ask, there was mention in the paper that there's going to be coordination with the DDMI effort. I'm assuming that this is going to be track 2 because track 2 is about large loads. Would the coordination with that effort come after this tariff? Just thinking about the timeline because track 2 hasn't started yet.
It's ongoing. We're in frequent communication with the DDMI team, and they're aware of the direction that we're going in on the large loads initiative. So it's kind of ongoing on an internal basis, and then hopefully whatever we are doing here will inform and create awareness in the DDMI initiative. So there's no kind of formal point at which they take the work that the large loads initiative is doing and then move something forward discreetly from that, but it's all sort of linked.
Thank you.
I did want to add too, we are working very closely with the PTOs, as I mentioned. We can also try to provide an opportunity for a call where the PTOs share a little bit more about some elements of the proposal that the ISO has not been able to articulate as clearly in this straw proposal. So stay tuned for any potential schedule changes or additions in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, thanks, Danielle. We have another hand from Carla.
Yeah, sorry. My question, I think you mentioned that the stakeholder September 28 is going to be hybrid so that we can go in person or access it online, if you can give me that. And then also, when we have that final proposal, will that include our information or our comments with regards to the additional information that we would like to see on the granular level, on the county level, the government side level here, like locally? And if it's not, will those questions be answered during this time period so that we can get a better understanding where we can access that information so that community on the ground floor is informed?
Yeah, so we will, in the draft final proposal, we will outline stakeholder feedback or summarize stakeholder feedback and respond to it. And so you will see that there. We will also provide you with the any information. It's on our website for the September 28th stakeholder workshop, including instructions on how to participate in that. I hope that answers your questions. Let me know if I missed anything.
That did. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I did link the initiative page in the comments to everyone. If there's any of these documents here that are listed as in the past are going to be there, and we have all our notices linked at the top of that page as well, and then the actual details to join the meeting or register ahead of time if you're going to be coming in person are going to be on our public calendar. We have a hand from Fernando.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Fernando Cornett with SE. Thanks, Danielle and KAISO team for the presentation. Just curious as to how soon you plan on having the comments template posted on the KAISO website.
It should be ready by end of day today. Since we don't have our meeting for the 24th, it's going to be canceled since we were able to get through all the technical requirements material today.
We're working
so
on
the
it.
template will be up. The template, it can be found at a later date sometime, you're saying?
Yes, yeah, it should be there.
Great,
It should be there in probably the next hour.
Great, thank you.
No problem. Okay, that is all the hands I see in the queue. I'm not sure if there's anything else to review on this page of the expedited schedule. This is also showing on the initiative page, and as those dates change, the initiative page will reflect those changes as well. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is just in an effort to help you stay engaged in the various initiatives and happenings at the ISO. We've got our activities for the week here, and that highlighted Monday, August 24th meeting was going to be our additional time if there was anything we are not able to get to today. So that will now be canceled. And one note for if you're looking at the calendar, if you're looking at the meetings listed, the technical user group has now been merged into the release user group. So you will now only see the release user group on our public calendar as a recurring event, and it will have a section in it for the technical user group. Next slide, please. This is our slide with all the links for DAM and EDAM resources. If you open up this this presentation from our website, I think those links will actually work. Next slide, please. And then same for any market sim and parallel operations. We've got information here. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is our Energy Matters log if you'd like to receive notices about the wholesale energy market, grid operations initiatives, and ISO meetings. And you can follow us on X, formerly Twitter. You can also subscribe to the daily briefing for all notices and other ISO activities. Next slide, please. Just to promote our short-term report that gives general observations of EDAM performance, and there will be new releases about every other week. Next slide, please. Okay, and then this is just a reminder for our symposium coming up at the beginning of October. The agenda for this has been posted. If you have any questions, you can go to you can send them to the symposium planning team at symposiumreg@kaiso.com. So on behalf of Stakeholder Affairs, I'd like to thank Danielle Mills, Bill Weaver, Ibrahim Rahimi, and Amber Motley for the presentation today. Thank you to Stacy and Silas, our event producers, for their support. In a few business days, a recording of this call will be posted to the initiative page. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and participating. And Silas, you may now conclude the call.
Thank you, Elena, and thank you all.